I'll try turning my speaker down. Does that help at all?
Okay, well, let's give it another try then. I'm just wondering if we should just maybe start your response again.
Yeah, I think I only caught half of what you said. If you don't mind.
Thank you.
Okay, sure. So basically, I started this rezoning approximately 3 years ago, and I had assumed that it would take about a year to a year and a half to rezone. So the rezoning process and thereby the holding costs, they have stretched far beyond what I had assumed that it would. We've redesigned the project now, I would say about 5 times. And, you know, our philosophy from the beginning is we met with the community far before the city-led city engagement consultations. And we tried to understand what was important to them. I think we came up with a list of about 26 items. And over the course of this entire period, we've addressed about 19 of those 26 items. And so there has been a lot of redesign, and don't get me wrong, it has made the project better. But when I say the window is closing, there's only a finite amount of resources that I can throw at this project. And as I mentioned, the holding costs have gone way beyond, and the cost to rezone have gone way beyond what I expected.
And
I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, and essentially, the longer this project, the longer this takes, less untenable it becomes for people who do want to live in a building like this or a project like this.
Yeah, well, and things keep changing outside of my control, as we all know. You know, inflation, interest rates keep rising. There's many macroeconomic factors that are changing. The world seems more volatile, and so, you know, I'm not trying to use this as a scare tactic by any means, saying, you know, do it now or never. It's just, this is the reality of, you know, being a developer is you try to make the best decisions with the information you have. I believe this project supports the city policies. I believe we've done good engagement with the community. We've been told that our approach has been a model for other developers to follow. And I just hope that can be recognized here today, and that can be, this project gets approved, knowing that we've done everything that we can to make this project as good as it can be.
Great, thank you. Just a quick question on the green spine. I think it was in your presentation. You had also mentioned that this actually fulfills one of the objectives for the ARP. So that makes your total objectives fulfilled for the ARP, what is it now, 31 out of 34? Whereas previously I think it was like 30?
Yeah, I'm not sure of the exact number. But
Yeah. And also, I guess I'm just also wondering, for the garbage truck item that you all were done with administration, who's going to be responsible for clearing the easement area to ensure the garbage trucks can maneuver in the area?
So as per our land agreement with the city that's been drafted, it would be the owner of the development, myself, who's responsible for clearing the easement area, maintaining the easement area. That would fall on the developer.
Oh, I see.
The owner.
Okay, yeah. You know, I think last time when this item was on the table, we were really rushed for time, and it was quite constrained. I guess something, and I think it was also in the administration report, is that this issue of waste management isn't just dealt with during this last round because of the motion. It's been an ongoing conversation for months, even prior to the last rezoning. Is that correct?
I mean, waste management has been one of those hot button issues, I would say, for this project. I mean, there's been several hot button issues, but this one was probably the biggest, and it involved a lot of conversation and a lot of analysis, working with, like I said, city administration, and Marcel had a lot of great ideas, and he had a lot of safety concerns. And over the last couple months, we we met with him to make sure we understood his concerns exactly. And you could see from the changes that we've made, it reflects some of his concerns specifically. So whatever we could address, we did.
Great, thank you very much, and I'm out of time.
Thank you very much, Councillor Tang.
Thank you.
Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Pinto, this question is for you. You had mentioned in your presentation that you had decided not to move the building 1 meter west. Is that correct? Mm-hmm. And then you would expand on that if asked. Could you expand on that, please?
Yes, absolutely, Councillor Principe. So there were three main reasons. So we looked at the two different scenarios, as I mentioned, like moving the building the full meter to keep the setback at the 3 meters, or moving the building a half a meter to the west. But we ultimately decided against that, as I mentioned, for three reasons. And the first one is, so the west facade facing the community is the most sensitive facade of the building. And we did not want to move the building closer to the houses to the west, increasing shadow impacts. Even though the separation between the property line of the house to the west and our building is 13.5 meters, which is far greater than what's required, we did not feel the community would want that setback to be reduced. We did not think the community would want that the building to move closer to them. So that's point number one. Number two, shifting the building to the west, it would compromise the space we allocated for a walkway for people to get safely from the main entrance of the building from both the plaza and the parking stalls. So if we had shifted the building, that walkway would go away. So people from the parking stalls would have to kind of walk in that new lane, the new alley, and then come to the main entrance. So we thought that was less than ideal. And so that was another reason why we wanted to keep the building where it was. Really, and this relates to the waste management side of things and safety. We wanted to have the largest easement possible on the west side of our property for garbage truck maneuvers. So moving the building west would actually reduce this space. And so we kept the building where it was. And because this project is so complex, you try to do one thing and it impacts 3 or 4 other things. And that is partly why we've been in this cycle of redesign, it feels, for 2 years, because we try to meet one community request and it affects 3 other things. And we're trying to satisfy city administration, and we're trying to satisfy the community and make a project that everyone is happy with. So there's just a lot of moving parts, but hopefully those are our 3 reasons, and hopefully that answers your question.
Okay, yes, it does. Thank you. That's it for me, Madam Chair.
Okay, nobody else has questions then? We will move on to our speakers here in opposition. I will just go through, and then I think the city clerks will help you to your seats for those that are in person. So Michael Cohen from the Belmac Neighbors Group.
I'm present online, thank you.
Online, okay, and David Crittenden in person, if you want to follow the clerk there. Marcel Huckaluk. Mr. Huckaluk, if you want to come be seated. Ronnie Kraut. She's making her way down. Spencer Proctor.
Online, Madam President.
Thank you. Scott McLean in person. Scott, thank you. And Stephen Cates.
Online.
Online. And Jeff Bazans.
Present online.
Thank you. Ariane Fielding. Thank you. Penny Lightfoot. Penny, no. James Spur.
She was
Thank you. Somebody has an update on Penny?
online just before the break. I assume she'll be back.
Okay. We'll check in then when it's her turn. And we have another addition. I believe it's Ada Peroni. Ada, do you want to? All right, and just a quick check that there's nobody else here, either remote or in person, that are to speak to item 3.25, 26, 27, or 28. Thank you. And for those that are remote, if we could just ask you to make sure that you're on mute until it is your time to speak. And I think our first speaker is, sorry, is Michael Cohen online. So, Mr. Cohen, did you have a presentation or?
No, I don't.
No? All right, then please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, councilors, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you again about the proposed Metro 78 development. As the president of the Belgravia Community League, I'm here because although this development is in McKernan, it is immediately adjacent to Belgravia and has major impacts on our neighborhood. When this development was discussed at Council's September public hearing, Council referred the project back to administration to review the waste management pickup routes and the encroachment on the green space between the LRT tracks and the buildings. We have examined the modifications proposed by the city administration. Today, we will show you why we believe that administration has failed to find adequate solutions to these problems. We will also show you problems with the footprint and built form of the two proposed buildings, with the buffer between Metro 78 and adjacent houses, and with the design of the plaza connector between the buildings. These problems all derive from a common source. The Metro 78 buildings are simply too big for the site. The developer is trying to squeeze too much building onto too little land. On issue after issue in this DC2, the developer and the city have pushed beyond the limits of what is safe and reasonable. This is of serious concern to the neighbors of Metro 78, several of whom you will hear from today. And it is also a serious for everyone who lives along the LRT tracks in McKernan and Belgravia. Why? Because Metro 78 sets a precedent. If Metro 78 goes ahead as proposed, then every developer who builds along the tracks will expect city approval to build to the same excessive standard. It's worrisome enough to have two oversized buildings shoehorned into lots along the tracks. But there's a half dozen more such locations to the north and south of Metro 78 in McKernan and Belgravia. It's disturbing to think of the unsafe conditions and unfairness to neighbors that will result from having them lined up one after another. In contrast, the McKernan-Belgravia ARP provides a vision for appropriate, increased density in our neighborhoods. 4-story apartments and row houses with proper setbacks that address the missing middle for families. This is the vision that our neighborhoods built with the city, documented in our ARP, and trusted the city to respect. If council wishes to secure support for the city plan from the neighborhoods most extensively impacted, then it must work to build trust, not to erode it. The neighbors who speak after me will provide a detailed analysis of our many concerns about Metro 78. On the basis of these concerns, the Belgravia Community League urges council to vote against the proposed bylaw changes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cohen. Next up, we have David Crittenden in person. Okay. Do we have? We'll get that up in just a second.
Okay, thank you. Just waiting on the, yeah.
That's it? All right, you've got 5 minutes.
Okay. Good evening, councillors, Madam Chair. My name is David Crittenden, and I'll be focused on the impact the Metro 78 proposal has on the 114th Street Greenway. I'll show how it contravenes the ARP and the city plan in a variety of ways. I also submitted a brief, which you should have in your packages. It's brief number 4. Next slide, please. Next, yeah, thank you. Our community ARP calls for a development that in the form of RF6 and RA7 along the aptly named Green Spine. The plan lays out a vision for a green space along the 114th Street corridor, the Green Spine, and additional setbacks and maximum 4-story buildings is what was planned and envisioned for this space. This is from the ARP. Next slide, please. The Metro 78 building, as presented at the September hearing, reduced the Green Spine to 9 meters, used only the minimum setback of 3 meters, and fails to consider the impact of, say, architectural features shown in brown that encroach and tower over the Green Spine. This has an enormous impact. Appropriately, council sent administration back to work with the developer on several issues, including the clear erosion and concerns regarding the Green Spine. Next slide. So we have a revised proposal, effectively changed nothing. I was surprised, we were all surprised to discover that the solution for the Green Spine was to not make any changes to the building, but rather move the property line. On paper, the Green Spine increased from 9 meters to 10 meters. This was only achieved by completely disregarding the minimum setback of 3 meters and opting for a 1 meter gift to the developer, which is now the 2 meter setback that you see before you. The property line solution is particularly astonishing given the concerns that Councillor Knack raised at the last hearing. Given the huge height deviation in the ARP being considered under this DC2, remember that the amendment to the referral motion removed height because administration assured council that the setbacks met the minimum RA8. The community is now getting a smaller setback for a soaring 7-story building when it clearly was a concern for council and the community. Next slide. So what about the 10-meter spine itself? I welcome questions on this, but administration repeatedly says, as well as the developer, suggests that a 10-meter is the width for the ARP for the Green Spine. They'll reference figure 26, seen here, which is the sole place in the ARP that actually refers down to a 10 to 15 meter width, including a 3-meter setback. But this page and this graphic explicitly, as I've highlighted here, shows for illustration purposes only. The ARP unequivocally calls for a much wider Green Spine in numerous places. Next slide. These are just a few of the places in the ARP that disallow degradation of the Green Spine, none of which are addressed in the administration's report. As a condition of development along the 114th Street corridor, the ARP states that there should be an increasing, enhancing, expanding of the Green Spine, open spaces, and greenways. Next slide. How about the city plan? As a higher order document, would it suggest that the Green Spine should be reduced to accommodate such a development? Well, no. It mandates the enhancement of the greenway, also mandates that. Starkly put, you can't enhance or add to green-blue network in this city once that space is gone. If approved, Metro 78 will set a dangerous precedent for the future developments along the 114th Street Green Spine, should cause concern for any mature neighborhoods where greenways are abut to potential development sites. I urge council to send this back. We simply need to get this right. Almost meeting minimums in regards to land use, kind of adhering to build form objectives, barely ensuring that building site design policies are followed while destroying green spaces should not be the legacy of this council or the city plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next we have Marcel Huckelak. Did you have a presentation as well?
Yes, I do. Should be pulled up, hopefully. I'll probably be skipping through some of the slides. I wasn't sure what I'd have to say today.
Just indicate that to the clerk and hopefully they'll react quickly, which they usually do.
That looks like it.
That's it? Okay, thank you. Your 5 minutes starts now.
Great, thank you. I'm the Marcel everybody's talking about here. I'm going to talk to you about some waste truck safety again and process. Next slide, please. A little bit of background. First of all, you remember at the September 13th council meeting, Metro 78 was referred back because of a serious safety issue, among amongst other things. And I can tell you today that the serious safety issue remains. It's not been resolved. The administration has merely rearranged deck chairs on the Titanic and replaced one conflict with another. And that points to another problem. The process is a bigger problem than the safety now. This process just, I don't understand, but it doesn't seem to work. And Kevin Taft referred to in our September 13th meeting about the trust that's being built between the city and the residents, or the distrust now, and that trust is really failing now. Next slide, please. Just some facts here. I don't know which presentation you're on now. Yeah, that's not the right one. Can my time be paused, please? I should go back to slide number 3 in my presentation. They're all blue. The one up there. Oh, okay.
It's the blue one on the top left.
You think it is? Yeah, you're right, it is. Yeah, I don't even recognize it myself. Oh, good job.
Top left?
Top left, yes. Yeah, that should be
The
it.
blue.
Yeah. It's kind of a zoomed in view and I didn't recognize it. I'm like, no, I don't think that's mine.
Top left, Mr. Hucklick said.
Which slide did you want?
Slide 3, please. Yep, that's it. Thank you. You can resume my time. Thanks. Some facts here. So to recall, prior to the September 13th hearing, that the administration refused to meet with me, and that's what generated the delay in the developer's approval, was just my concerns about safety. In that hearing, council effectively granted the administration 63 days to resolve the safety issue. 19 days prior to that deadline, I met with the developer finally, and that was only because I used back channels to try to get a meeting with the administration, who somehow sent the developer after me. And it was clear in that meeting too that the developer misunderstood the safety issue based on assumptions given to him by the administration. Then, just 8 days prior to the meeting, the administration's deadline to report to council, I finally had a meeting with the administration. Next slide, please. So you should ask yourself, is your administration engaging to resolve the safety issue? I don't think so. And you should also ask yourself, is your administration acting expeditiously to resolve the safety issue? I don't think so. I think they had a plan in mind, and they really didn't want to listen to what I had to say. Can you skip over the next couple of slides? Go to slide number 7. It's on the bottom right-hand corner is this page numbers. Thank you. So there's some safety facts here. Backing up waste trucks killed 2 toddlers in separate incidents here in Edmonton in the early 1990s. And backing up waste trucks are a hazard. We also know that people walk in the alleys. Children walk to school in these alleys. And waste trucks also use these alleys. Next slide, please. This slide is the modified version. Your administration actually changed this slide based on questions I had because it was unintelligible before. And you see the surface parking area and loading area there. It looks like a good solution. They've combined the loading with the parking area, but that parking area is mostly disabled parking. It is against provincial building code to encumber that with a loading zone. So that cannot be a solution. And also, just imagine the indignity of a loading truck pulling up and saying, hey, you disabled guy, get out of that stall, I'm loading. That just can't be. That's just not right. Next slide, please. There's also a bit of a deception going on here, I think, because Ronnie pointed out to me that the loading zone is not identified in the words of the DC2 zoning. So that will get around that problem, but it's a deception. you council and we, the residents, are being told there's gonna be a loading zone, but it's actually not in the DC2. And I don't know if that's an oversight for your administration or what happened. And finally, there's a hidden loading zone. I think the plaza will end up being the loading zone that the developer wants to say he needs to have fire trucks back up into, which is another process issue that I provided an alternative design for that issue that didn't use the plaza, and the administration still has refused to even respond to that. So basically, what's going to happen in the site plan the administration is advocating is people are going to park in the garbage pickup area because they're not going to kick somebody out of their stall. Next slide, please. So this is a solution suggested by me. The large trapezoidal area is a truck sweep. It is separate from any other thing on the site. It does move some parking stalls, but they can be moved without impacting the DC2. The rectangular area is a loading zone. It is now free and not encumbering the truck maneuvering area, and neither are the parking stalls. This will work. The conflict is eliminated. Next slide, please. And that's the strategy here, is elimination is the best occupational health and safety practice to use. Your administration is proposing a sign, which is an administrative control, which is a weak way of dealing with this. And slide 13, please. And my recommendations is you vote to refer this back and you choose safety like you chose safety on September 13th. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Huckleck. I gave you a few extra seconds there because you were interrupted.
Thank you.
So next we have Ronnie, is it Kraut?
And I have a presentation.
They're working on it. Is that it?
That's it.
Okay. Yay.
Okay. Mayor and City Councilors, thank you for your time today and listening to us. My name is Ronnie Kraut. I live a block and a half away from Metro 78. I'm going to be talking about the Plaza Connector. For your reference, this is the second brief we submitted. Next slide. This is an illustration of Metro 78. The two white areas are the two Metro 78 buildings, and in between is the Plaza Connector. The Plaza Connector has been referred to as a plaza, public park, and open space. However, the official name the city administration agreed to is Plaza Connector, and this is because it has two purposes. One is to be a passageway to allow people to connect between 78 Avenue and the Greenspine LRT without having to walk around Metro 78. The second is to function as a gathering place. I often pass by this spot to catch the LRT to go to work and to take my son to school. He goes to McKernan School, which is just on the other side of 114th Street. He started kindergarten this year, and we always seem to be rushing, and inevitably he gets to school just after his class goes in. Although, on the bright side, he has learned to walk independently and confidently in his class as a 4-year-old in a hallway full of teenagers, which I think is really impressive. I can see taking my son to the cafe after picking him up from school, and my older son using the bike repair station as he's always on his bike and hard on it. So clearly the Plaza Connector has the potential to be quite beneficial. However, we are worried this is less likely to happen with the current design because the Plaza Connector needs to be designed for emergency vehicles to back up. Next slide. This illustration is from the Transportation Impact Assessment showing how emergency vehicles will use it to back up. So the Plaza Connector is there labeled in the middle, and the north-south lane is labeled on the bottom. Emergency vehicles will need to use around 50% of the Plaza Connector to back up. This means the Plaza Connector cannot have permanent structures on 50% of it, and also that it needs to be designed for vehicles, which of course then means it could also be used as a parking lot. Even with signage that says no parking, with the limited parking expected in the area, it is very likely a car will park there because there simply won't be another alternative that's nearby. This will make it less safe for people to walk through, especially children like my son, and also less likely people will want to gather in a space that's full of vehicles. It will also be more difficult for the developer to put in the wind mitigating features that are recommended in the wind impact assessment. The assessment found the wind speed will not be comfortable for sitting or standing, and recommended wind mitigating features to be put on the west side. However, the west side is the side that's needed for emergency access and can't have any permanent structures. There is another option, and this is backing up using the north-south lane. The city has said this doesn't work because the parking along 78th Avenue will have to be reduced, and you can see the parked cars there along 78th Avenue. Next slide. So Marcel Huckelek reviewed this and found that this is unlikely to be the case. This is an illustration from his review. He found at most 2 parking spots will have to be eliminated. We asked city administration about this, how many parking spots will be lost according to their analysis, but have not yet gotten an answer. I had hoped that we would be able to work through this with city administration and resolve this concern, as opposed to needing to present this to you today and use all of our time presenting this and you listening to me, given it's just so straightforward, but unfortunately they haven't been amenable to resolving this. Next slide. So our request is that emergency vehicles use the north-south lane to back up and the plaza connector not have any vehicles. This should be a very doable request. It won't change Metro 78, including height, setbacks, number of units. But what it will allow is a plaza connector to more likely meet its intended purpose and actually function as both a safe passageway and a gathering space, as opposed to a disorganized parking lot. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Spencer Proctor next. And
Madam
he's
Chair,
remote.
would it be possible for me just to share my screen?
I don't believe so. I think we'll just wait to get your presentation up.
Okay. Thank you. And I believe this also is contained in your package as a brief.
Yes, it had, yeah.
Yep. Thank you. I'd like to use my time, along with my colleagues, to raise another outstanding issue, which is a segue from the north-south lane and also the buffer that has been a point of outstanding discussion. Next slide, please. So for those of you who have been following along, both the north-south lane and buffer has both purpose and value. The Metro 78 proposal requires a new lane to be built for the development and the adjacent single detached homes on the west side of the proposal. There's a number of purpose and value. The lane itself will provide general vehicle access. The lane will provide a drive aisle and also emergency vehicle access, as we've just heard in the previous presentation. The buffer proposal is also required to provide sufficient clearance from such a large-scale 7-storey proposal from adjacent community family homes. In particular, this buffer will reduce noise, potential damage, and also pollution from vehicles to the fresh air intakes of surrounding family homes. Next slide, please. Currently, the laneway and buffer does not meet certain standards. City design standards are indicative of a reverse back lane, as you can see indicated in the diagram below, requires a 7.5 metre width. City zoning also indicates that for a drive aisle, it should be at least 7 metres. Unfortunately, the current design for Metro 78 has the north-south lane as a 6-metre indication and has been set without any reasonable justification of why that should be. Next slide, please. One of the primary concerns of the buffer issue is the proximity to which the 7-storey building will be next to and adjacent of family homes. In the diagram below, we've tried to illustrate how close the west edge of the north-south lane will be to an adjacent home. The proximity of the adjacent housing of this lane is a concern for noise, damage, and another obvious issue is the pollution from vehicles down these laneways to fresh air intakes to the very homes in this proximity. Next slide, please. The community, based on feedback, requested a landscape buffer between the north-south lane and the single detached homes. We suggested a couple of different alternative options. Some of them indicated here, reducing the sidewalk to allow for a 1 metre buffer and or to reorientate parking in order to provide additional space for this community buffer along the laneway. Unfortunately, the development team would not consider such a landscape buffer and indicated that the alternative and it would be sufficient to provide a simple fence. And there's been no further follow-up or confirmation on this particular point. Next slide, please. So finally, I believe there are two unanswered questions for the city and administration. We are interested in why a landscape buffer has not been considered, given the proximity to family homes. We are unsure why it is acceptable for the north-south lane to be only 6 metres, when it will also be used for potentially emergency vehicles and a drive aisle, which are set as a minimum of 7.5 metres. So collectively, on behalf of my colleagues, the outstanding request is that we provide a minimum 1 metre landscape buffer between the north-south lane and adjacent west homes to bring the lane to a 7.5 metre width. These will not substantially change the build form, but will allow for the development to meet standards and be conscious of the surrounding communities. Thank you for your time.
And thank you, Mr. Proctor. Next, we will go to Scott McLean in person. Presentation?
No presentation. I believe you've been provided with briefing, which includes a couple of references, which diagrams I'll refer to. It's titled Brief Number 5. I just wanted to say how proud I am to be part of this engaged community group, which is quite well organized. I think it really does represent the engagement that the city is trying to obtain from a community, and I'm disappointed that the developer looks so poorly upon an organized, engaged community group trying to voice our opinion. I think that it really does reflect the importance of community engagement and that trust that we have in our city, that you'll listen to our concerns, and it reflects how easy it is to blur the lines of city policy when no one's watching, and I can assure you that people are watching. I wanted to speak on built form and the urban heat island effect. The diagrams I've provided to you show how Metro 78 compares to the proposed RA7 setbacks, using the south building as an example. The property lines in that diagram are in black, and they show that unlike what was described in the previous council meeting, the setbacks are much less than what the RA7 allows. The Metro 78 building is 18% larger than RA7 on the main floor, and 36% larger than an RA7 on the floors above. If you look at the urban design manual, which was referred to by the developer several times during their presentation, saying that they are in compliance with it in certain areas, this provides guidance on appropriate built forms that are sensitive to community context, including transitions and adequate sunlight presentation. For mid-rise buildings, I'll read to volume 2, page 3, it specifies that built form should be contained with an envelope to create a 35 to 45 degree plane measured from the adjacent property lines. If you look at diagram D on the brief, you'll be able to see how that is shown there. This entails that the appropriate height of Metro 78 is at most 16 meters. What does this footprint and setback change really mean? Well, the urban heat island effect and the repercussions, including increased temperature, fire risk, heat-related illness, and climate change, as well as energy requirements, are critical for Edmonton. And you, as a council, have referred this back to city managers to emphasize the importance and budgeting towards climate change within your current city plan. It appears that you're trying to mitigate this effect, but Metro 78 unfortunately increases the urban heat island effect due to increasing that impermeable surface area to almost 90% of the available lot land is going to be covered with structure and concrete. This is in comparison to 41% in the current property layout and 73% as per RA7 zoning. It also decreases the trees in the site from 40 to 20, including about 5 mature trees. It reduces the green space, the green spine plus the front setback width by 5.5 meters, or 33% reduction compared to an RA7, which would fit within the envelope, which really amounts to 550 square meters for the Metro 78. That's how much green space we're actually losing there. Our recommendation is that we acknowledge the Metro 78 is exceeding the built form according to the urban planning manual that they themselves referred to. This leads to a building that is too big for the site, as we mentioned. It also perpetuates the urban heat island effect. Further, this excess site creates the issues mentioned in my colleagues' briefings and the safety, landscape buffer, and green spine briefs. It's not fair that the developer try to squeeze the revision of Metro 78 into a space that's too small, further exceeding these rules and recommendations. It's likewise not fair to the community to have this precedent set. We recommend the development be reduced in size and the developer find another property to fulfill their vision. I have several questions posed to council administration. I'm hoping that it takes some time to reflect on. The city appears concerned about the urban heat island effect. Can you please explain why reducing the trees by 50% and increasing the impermeable surface from 73 to 90% by Metro 78 is not concerning? Administration also indicated that at the September 13 hearing, the Metro 78 has a rear setback greater than RA7 zoning. This is only true if the building height is 3 stories or less, which neither council nor the residents referenced. Why is the administration making this claim, especially when we can objectively show this otherwise? The side setback is only 1.5 meters, has many windows which will face into future similar buildings. Please explain why that 1.5 meters is acceptable. They also exceed the urban design manual for built form. Please explain the rationale of why the urban design manual does not need to be followed for this element of the design. And has the administration discussed the issue of building too large for the site with the developer and examined other alternatives that fit within that zoning? Thank you very much.
Whoops, thank you. And next we have Stephen Cates remotely.
Great, thank you. Madam Chair and councillors, thank you for the opportunity to speak and listen to our concerns today, and also 2 months ago. I will be speaking to brief 7 today, I believe you have. If we support Metro 78, what issue or problem does this development help solve? I know we speak about affordable housing these days, and certainly we need and support more affordable housing options in our neighborhood, as there are many families who want to live here and are unable because of high prices. As we actually just heard Mr. Pinto say, Metro 78 should help with affordable family housing, but doesn't. Despite its height outside the ARP rules, it only accommodates 6% of its space for families and has made a verbal commitment, nothing in writing as far as we've seen, that only 15% of units will be classified as affordable overall. I mean, 75% of units are bachelor and 1-bedroom units, with literally hundreds already going up in our neighborhood recently in 3 other similar developments, which follow the ARP. We recognize any development will have a range of space options, but how does this benefit the neighborhood then? Why can't Metro 78 provide more affordable family housing too? Does Metro 78 bring value to the neighborhood beyond the development? Maybe, but again, this is an issue of trust. We keep on hearing that word today, and hope, open to the whimsy of change if this is approved. Metro 78 say they will bring space for a day home and cafe, which would be great, but currently that's not binding. We heard from them that the mom and pop grocery store 3 blocks away closed. Well, why will theirs be successful then? What happens if it's not? The Plaza Connector is meant to be for safe walking, but as we heard, requires space for emergency vehicles. What guarantee is there this doesn't become parking space, unsafe for our kids to walk to school? There are plans for a water main upgrade at their cost, but does it benefit anyone except Metro 78? It remains unclear, and unclear if it's even needed. So maybe it doesn't end up happening at all, saving them $1 million. A commitment to provide $100,000 for park development has been made, and that's written requirement, so that's good. But this is at the expense of doing anything with the green spine. It's not even clear how many total units are currently being planned. Shouldn't we all know that? And again, none of this is guaranteed in writing. At any stage, there's nothing to say that any of these things can change. And unfortunately, our experience thus far has not ingrained trust. The ARP has followed, if this is done with and not against community engagement, much of this doesn't matter, as then it's not a matter of trust, it's a matter of following agreed upon rules and guidelines. We now put our trust in you, our city leaders, to commit to establish neighborhood plans. We would be happy to work with Metro 78 to find an amicable solution. But despite our attempts, they actually walked away from us 18 months ago and haven't re-engaged. Despite that engagement, would probably led to a faster process. Even today, we heard Mr. Pinto argue we should not be given the opportunity to discuss anything other than the green spine and the garbage issue today. Even though their third speaker did just that, and clearly based on your question, you are interested in these other issues as well. We heard that our LRT station is the least used, but it's also the only one not in a major destination center and probably never will be. So trust and transparency and not changing the facts to make them work are really important. We would be happy to continue to spend hours of our time to make this right. We ask that you see that. As Mr. Pinto said, we are a small group here today, but we do represent the community. There's no doubt about that. If this development was so great for the neighborhood, why would so many individuals be spending hours and days over the last few months and willing to continue to do so of their own free will, totally unpaid, after a day of work and taking care of our families? That should be an indicator to you, our leaders, that something here is just not right. We support development. We recognize the value to develop this area, but let's do it right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we will move to Jeff Bazans.
Hello. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, hear you well. Did you have a presentation, Mr. Bazans?
No slides.
Okay, thank you.
So thanks everyone for the opportunity to speak this afternoon. My comments are based on a paper you received last week. It was brief number 1 in that series of documents you got. It's about the city plan, the area redevelopment plan, or ARP, and it's about the issue of trust that was raised at the last hearing by Mayor Sohi. So I'll summarize some main points, but before doing that, I want to make a couple general comments. First, my comments and the others from our group are not some sort of denial of the city plan. One benefit of this broad, forward-looking plan is that it minimizes helter-skelter, opportunistic development based on site-specific pressures from developers and others. And second, my presentation and the others from our group are not based in opposition to increased density. Keep in mind that ours was the first residential neighborhood in Edmonton to get an LRT station in its midst. We know that density needs to increase, and we understand the value of transit-oriented growth. These ideas are not new to us. They were a big part of the motivation to work with the city on a plan, the ARP, to grow in a sensible way that benefits our communities and the city. The issue for us is not whether to increase density along a secondary corridor near an LRT station. The issue is how and who decides, and as Stephen just mentioned, for whose benefit. We think it's important to frame this issue correctly, especially given that another 30 LRT stations are scheduled to be opened in residential neighborhoods in the next 5 years. Now to summarize brief number 1 that you received. As indicated in the brief, the McKernan-Belgravia ARP is entirely compatible with the city plan for secondary corridors in respect to height, density, and as you've heard, greenways. First, the city plan and the ARP both prescribe low and mid-rise buildings along 114th Street, which is a secondary corridor. Second, the city plan, as appropriate for a general plan, does not prescribe exactly where buildings of different heights should be. Third, as appropriate for a specific plan developed in full consultation between the community and the city government, the ARP specifies exactly where low and mid-rise buildings should be. Fourth, the draft district plan allows mid-rise buildings to be higher than 4 stories, but it defers to the ARP about the location of low and mid-rise buildings. And fifth, the city plan prescribes a minimum density for secondary corridors of 75 people or employees per hectare. The ARP prescribes a plan for building that will result in double that minimum for the area in question. So the issue is not whether the McKernan-Belgravia ARP is out of alignment with the city plan. It is not. Rather, the city council is being asked to approve a site-specific alteration to the ARP that is not specified in the city plan, that is contrary to the draft Scona district plan, that violates the ARP, and then moves the city away from holistic, community-informed planning to ad hoc, undisciplined, and developer-driven planning, all precisely what a broad, forward-looking city plan should prevent. To date, other large density-increasing projects along 114th Street corridor have not required major violations to the ARP. But if council approves the current proposal, we are sure the door will be wide open to proposals that further violate and completely undo the careful planning done in good faith with the community, and for whose benefit. Now, City Council certainly has the right to interpret or even ignore the ARP and even the city plan as it sees fit. But council and administration should not expect to unilaterally undo agreements negotiated in good faith with communities and then expect those communities to trust city government now or in the future. So, given everything you've heard and read, we recommend that City Council reject the proposed Metro 78 plan and amendments in their current state and refer them back to administration to work with the applicant and the community to further align the proposal with the area redevelopment plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bazans. And now we'll go to
Ariane
Fielding. Thank you.
Hi, Mayor Sohi and councillors. Thanks so much for taking the time to listen to our concerns today. My dad has a saying that I particularly like, especially when in a tough situation. He says, start where you are, not where you want to be. The city of Edmonton has big plans, big changes. The new city plan, the draft district plan, which for us is the Scona, the new LRT line that will bring 30 more residential neighborhoods into the fold of these changes. While the city plan's a general plan, as we've heard, the ARP provides specific guidance. So for height, density, the locations for low and mid-rise buildings. So the Scona draft district plan and the McKernan-Belgravia ARP are in alignment and are both entirely compatible with the city plan with respect to height, density, and greenways. But the Metro 78 proposal before City Council is asking for site-specific changes to the ARP that go against the draft Scona district plan to unilaterally undo some of these agreements that were negotiated in good faith with communities. So while administration states that it fulfills the ARP vision, in reality, it's the opposite. When we look at the 34 points that were mentioned here today, when we look through them, it only fulfilled 11 of them. And some of these are just picking and choosing. Really, when you have an ARP, it should arguably work with all points of the ARP, not just the ones that are convenient for the developer. Both community leagues have written letters opposing this development, as has the community. On September 16th, Mayor Sohi pointed out that communities need to come along. If we create conditions where communities cannot trust what we are doing, we will start losing support. And that's my worry, end quote. We need to start where we are, where communities are, and work together towards where we want to be. This development is designed to encroach on land from the green spine. If instead it used the footprint it has, with the land it's actually allowed to use, and followed the zoning requirements, there wouldn't be these difficulties with waste management vehicles performing expensive and inefficient turns to get into the back lanes. If the building fit within its allowed footprint, there would be no need for fire trucks to back into the pedestrian plaza connector. We wouldn't have safety concerns about children walking to school or community members accessing the LRT platform if the plaza connector was a truly vehicle-free space. If this building played within the rules, the new north-south alley would be 7 meters or 7.5 meters, instead of this proposed 6 meters, as required by the Complete Streets Design and Construction Standards, as well as by city zoning. This would make it easier for those large trucks to turn down the alleys and provide more space for the parked vehicles to back up, even fire trucks and emergency vehicles. This becomes especially important in the winter, when this space is currently being used for the large piles of snow that get cleared off the LRT platform, as well as anticipated all of the areas of snow that'll be cleared off of the parking spots for this building. If this building played within the rules, both RA7 and RA8 zoning require a 1.5 meter landscape buffer so that parking and service areas are screened from view. That's not just a fence. This is actual trees. It's actual space. This buffer offers privacy to adjacent neighbors, decreases both noise and air pollution for the estimated 300 plus car trips per day from the TIA that would be traveling along the length of their property. Start where you are, not where you want to be. Start with the footprint that you have with the land that you're allowed. The green spine is not designed to be encroached piecemeal by each developer according to their wants. Changing the rules on the setback just moves the goalposts. It doesn't bring this proposal into alignment with either the ARP or the city plan. It's just fudging the numbers. Overall, what citizens will remember is that the green and blue network is finite, is ever decreasing. Once that green space is gone, we won't get it back. It's up to you, councillors, to decide to uphold your own city plan and zoning, and hold developers, all developers, not just this one, to stay within the rules of the Urban Design Manual and the requirements for built form. All of the other developers in our neighborhood are playing by the rules. They're all compliant with the ARP. They are all compliant with zoning. This proposal should be no exception. Bring us along with you. Bring communities into meaningful engagement when sweeping changes are afoot. Rebuild trust in our city governance. We want to help this city become what it wants to be. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we will move to Penny Lightfoot, if she has arrived. No, Penny? Oh, wonderful. And clerk, do we have a seat for her? Oh, yeah, if you start playing musical chairs, you'll mix us councillors up, and we won't know who to ask questions of. Ms. Lightfoot, did you have a presentation as well? Oh, okay. Thank you, then go. Oh, and could you put your microphone on? There should be a
It
button.
is on, yes.
Awesome.
I think I just did it now.
Okay, thank you very much. Go ahead.
Madam Chair and councillors, thank you for this opportunity and for your attention. I live in a century-old house in McKernan, which is noted in the ARP as an historic resource. My family has lived there for 5 generations. We, along with many McKernan and Belgravia residents, helped create communities that are highly desired as places to live and to develop. This asset, which you will shape today with your decision, is the legacy created by civic investment for sure, but more importantly by a thriving, engaged community over many decades. It is both amazing and fragile. I was thinking about the go, no-go decision you will make about Metro 78 and truly wonder if you appreciate the far-reaching implications, not just for our and others' ability to trust, but also for re-establishing a random development ethos which the ARP was supposed to end. The McKernan-Belgravia communities agreed to this station location and with remarkable foresight got Council's promise in writing that there would be no development strings attached to hosting the LRT station. The actual station build was a bit problematic as the platform wasn't long enough and the underground walkways had construction issues which meant delays, increased cost, and neighborhood disruption. In 2011, transit-oriented development was introduced and our communities were surprised and a bit angry that our previous agreement was declared void. We were told in this very chamber, plans change. We have to pay for that LRT, and new councils don't have to abide by previous council decisions. In 2013, the ARP arrived. It was the product of lengthy discussions, and while, like any plan not university-liked, we knew we could make it work. However, there were some important disappointments that were not discussed or explained. The transportation study, which had highlighted problems that required attention, was oddly omitted from the ARP. The report was also full of verbs like support, explore, and facilitate, actions too vague to ever garner serious attention. And finally, monitoring and evaluation, which had been stressed as critically important during our discussions, received a scant 126 words with 0 devoted to process. Our communities have never been a part of a formal evaluation or plan amendment process. Instead, we find ourselves in situations like today, where we try to defend and protect the agreement that was made. When the ARP passed, Mayor Mandel recognized the obvious frustration and promised that city administration, our councillor, and community members would form a committee that would fundamentally shape implementation. That never happened. The ARP represents, if not a legal contract, a shared understanding, a social contract, with type of development and height being critical elements the community discussed for months and finally agreed to. For council to now say height discussions won't really be entertained is really surprising and not in a good way. Our communities are absolutely in favor of densification, but done smartly and with integrity. In the completed 4- and 6-story developments, we were promised retail on the ground floor. You wouldn't believe how excited we were at the thought that we were getting maybe a bakery, a daycare, some sort of conveniences. We were promised built forms that would sensitively integrate things like appropriate setbacks and step plans to tangibly link to the existing residences. But again, it didn't happen. Projects have been sold to us as condos, but turn into rentals. No parking turns into parking, and driveway access promises aren't kept. Our communities are really frustrated with this long history of broken promises. Trust has eroded, and our once enthusiastic, positive spirit is waning. We want to work with you and the developers for the common good, and not have this perpetual conflict for you to referee. We are strongly opposed to random development, driven by the passion projects of developers who are inexplicably able to convince you, via your administration, that one-offs, like Metro 78, that disregard the promises made to the community and the cumulative burden posed on the neighborhood are the preferred and justifiable course. Please, say no-go to the Metro. Do it recognizing that doesn't mean never, but it does mean, 1, your firm commitment to the alignment we've demonstrated between the current and evolving planning framework. 2, no more one-off amendments. And 3, the development of a timely process that meaningfully brings together the city, developers, and the community and removes the current power imbalance. I believe this will net the best result in terms of sensitive transformation that supports our shared densification goals. And it would mean a lot less refereeing for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And next we have up James Spur. In person here, did you have a presentation?
No, I don't.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of council. Thank you for your time and consideration. A plan is a set of decisions about how to do something in the future. Currently, City Plan, and in this instance, the McKernan-Belgravia Station Area Redevelopment Plan are both applicable. This means that residents, industry, elected officials, and city admin should know what is expected in the future and what steps are going to occur as laid out within these plans. Instead, over the past year has been very far from predictable or welcomed. Residents in Grosvenor, Strathern, Glenora, Sherwood, Westmount, Garneau, Rosenthal, Queen Mary Park, for examples, have been subjected to discretionary approvals, to many ad hoc rezoning applications which are not following the letter nor the true spirit of city plan or associated documents. Over the past year, this council has heard the voices of Edmontonians with reminders of how these applications do not align with these plans, nor abide by existing policies and guidelines. The conflict occurs when these policies, guidelines, and plans are only minimally referenced, manipulated, or ignored altogether. A critical component of the city plan are the horizons, and the district plans are there to help guide these visions as Edmonton welcomes growth to 1.25 million residents. Unfortunately, this council and administration seem to mainly focus on the final objective specifically when Edmonton reaches 2 million people, which is 40 to 60 years in the future. City plan also reads, the redeveloping area will experience both incremental and strategic intensification. And it's not until the second horizon around the year 2050 when established communities begin their transition to residential infill. Was the infill process working previously? From the residential infill audit, the answer is yes. Also from the audit, one of council members' roles as elected officials is to act as the voice from their constituents and stakeholders. The message is citizens' expectations are not being met due to conflicting support, of which many should not even be going past the development officers' desks if applying the current rules. Furthermore, the audit states to address the concerns of neighbors and protect the character of single-family developments in mature neighborhoods, and recognize this will be a long-term process with a need to consult citizens and not rush changes. Upzoning in this city is acting as a transfer of wealth and risk. Instead, after hearing the public's concerns, please challenge administration's lack of acknowledgement of these conflicting policies. It should not receive readings without further engagement and fact-finding. Just because 60 years from now, this building forum could be expected, if all previous horizons are met, it shouldn't be approved now when there's little accompanying growth. From the infill roadmap, overall, housing in Edmonton is generally affordable and most income groups. There is still a strong consumer preference for single detached housing options compared to other forms, and ground-oriented forms are seen as more desirable in high-rise apartments. Promote development that's sensitive to the surrounding character. Address shadowing impacts on neighboring properties, and be consistent with the application of infill rules. This message, please follow the Council Code of Conduct, where councillors will comply with all applicable laws and council-approved policies. Apply the rules that are in effect, including residential infill guidelines. Look to the near future and the Scona District Plan that explicitly states, for further planning direction, refer to the ARP, that is in effect. This proposal does not follow the ARP. The ARP was retained, and it has not completed its function. From the Municipal Government Act, because the ARP supports the first horizon within the city plan as Edmonton grows, plus the upcoming proposed Scona District Plan, the municipal plan does not prevail. The ARP provides guidance designed specifically to be equitable and respecting of all stakeholders' needs. Council should consider rejecting this application since no policy, guideline, or growth activation supports this application, and you pledged an oath to adhere to the Council Code of Conduct, and your constituents deserve this integrity. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Spur. And our last one is to present is Ada Peroni. Go ahead. Did you have a slide deck or anything?
No.
Okay.
No slide deck.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thanks for listening to me. I want to start off by saying that I'm not part of the community group. I only moved here a few years ago, and I'm safe to say I have never seen or talked to any of my alleged neighbors here. So I grew up in Clairview and Londonderry, if that makes any difference. I'm going to just respond to what the developer said in this presentation after hearing what everyone has said. With respect to the multifamily buildings, the applicant suggested that this is out of scope, and of course it is. It's true, it's a bad cost decision for the developer, but my question is to council, with these infills, who are you hoping to serve? The buildings are too expensive for the nearby students, and they're too small for families. Two other nearby buildings, which one was recently developed, has a lot of vacancies for the same above reasons. With respect to traffic, I agree with Michael Borland that safety and comfort are a priority. But the TDM for subsidized passes are short-term, 10 years? How long do you expect the development to last? Subsidized passes are a distraction from solving the problem. Placards require monitoring and taxes, so that the city will be spending extra costs for that monitoring. There is zero increase in the foreseeable city's budget. Why commit to incremental costs? Also, families or individuals with disabilities and supportive housing need cars, both of those who may hope to live in that building and use the amenities. But if there's no permission for vehicles, and you're asking them to rely on public transit, which I grew up on city transit, but we can't hide from the fact that ridership is low due to issues from COVID. In the meantime, what are you going to expect? 20, 30, 40, 50 vehicles as the number of developments and density increases, which it will, and that's accepted by all the neighbors. What is the goal? What is the plan? The developer is showing you its hand, that certain expected issues like waste removal haven't been solved and will be downloaded onto the city and primarily the neighborhood. They said it's a citywide issue. They said it's the waste contractor's issue. They'll figure out how to get there. But the citywide issues don't have to be reinforced, and they don't have to be worsened. You don't have to create new issues anew. Just because Metro 78 isn't able to address backup trucks doesn't mean the city has to accept these proposals. And, you know, for the record, my kids definitely play in the alleys. I shouldn't admit that on public record. One important observation was raised by Mr. Michael Figueroa. He stated that he didn't have an opportunity to address things that came up in the previous meetings or new information. He said there are obviously things that are left unsaid and undecided. And he said, we're doing things to appease the community. But that's not the point. We're not appeasing the community. You are listening to your constituents. Imagine how you would feel if concerns impact your quality of life are pushed aside to avoid the cost that the developers hold due to macroeconomic factors and the cost that they hold, you know, because they didn't expect the timeline. These are expected common business risks for all developers. I was legal counsel for a property developer, and we developed another building in another area of Edmonton. They're entrepreneurs. They expect these costs, or they know how to deal with them. Why should the neighborhood have a proposal that's accepted just so they don't have to suffer those? The numbers of years of discussions that this will take, or have taken, 3 so far, they said, are pale in comparison to the numbers of years that we'll have to deal with these issues. Unsafe traffic, inappropriate waste removal, family and unit demographics. These are significant deal breakers, to me at least. The constituents deserve a collaborative process. The applicant said, vote boldly. But I also say, vote with compassion for your constituents who will be holding the bag of these squared circles and unanswered problems. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Perroni, and I think you should meet some of your neighbors. They seem like a good bunch. And so that does complete our presentations, unless last call, anybody else around wanting to make one? Clerks, nobody else is registered? Okay, perfect, thank you. So now we will go ahead with questions of our speakers here in opposition. Nobody has questions? Oh, okay, Michael, or Councillor Jans, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Can I ask first a couple clarifying questions to legal? Is that in order?
Works for me.
I can take process questions at any point, yes.
Yeah. First of all, just the, I note on the package, there were 2 replacement attachments. I see December 1st and December 5th. I just wanted to clarify, like, at what point are there changes done that merit a reposting, or how is that decision done given our fair notice provisions, policies, etc.?
Yeah, Councillor, that's a good question. So any replacement pages come through law. We check them to see if the change is going to have a greater impact or any other factor that would require re-advertising, undue confusion, any number of factors that would all interfere with procedural fairness. If they don't, then the clerks are able to process them. If they do, it has to be re-advertised. These ones were reviewed by law, and we didn't in there see any concerns of procedural fairness. Okay,
that is helpful. Also, and just process-wise, because we're here today as the result of a refer back, is the scope of our discussion as council limited to the refer back, or is it a commencement of a new public hearing on the proposal?
Also a good question. Everything that you've heard in public hearing last time and today is before you. The entire package before you can be asked about, the entire proposal, any of the speakers' issues they've raised, anything of the sort. It isn't just on the issues referred back.
So I can ask any of the speakers or administration and anything?
Anything related to this project that's based on a land use consideration, yes.
Okay. Yeah, I guess then if I can maybe go to if I can go to Mr. Bizantz and just on the piece around the ARP and the city plan, if I'm referring to your brief here, you would say that the proposal before us is compliant with or is not compliant with the ARP and therefore is not compliant with the Scona District Plan and therefore not compliant with city plan. Is that your interpretation?
It's not compliant with the ARP and it's not compliant with the draft Scona District Plan. The city plan is very broad. It's not specific to any particular location. And so the ARP and the city plan are compatible. City plan can be interpreted as allowing greater number of levels, but it's not required. And certainly it isn't specific about the location.
Right. And is it?
Mike, does that? Go ahead.
No, it does. For the clerk, if I'm asking questions of legal, does that count against my time, or is that? I'll guess I'll have to buzz in for a second round.
Yes, it does.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess the question then too, I'll go to Ms. Kraut. So if there was essentially a smaller built form that had the proper setbacks, that was compliant to the height, to the 4 stories, if it was amended to as recommended, or as we've heard today from the recommendations, would that be a compatible outcome for the group?
It would be, and that's what we're looking for. As we've said, we're not opposed to density. We welcome density. It's just based on the guidelines that were established very thoughtfully.
Okay. And I guess though, but would that solve still the considerations around perception of safety with the waste removal and those other pieces? I guess that's maybe to Guest Huckalak.
Sorry, I missed the question. What?
So I'm given the site though, I'm just trying to figure out like well, you know what? I'm out of time. I'll have to come back for a second round. It won't.
You have 28 seconds, I thought?
It won't. We have a rule where you can't kind of ask a question in the last 20 seconds because then they respond and they go over, and it's kind of seen as.
Okay, fine.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, and thank you for being cognizant of the time, Councillor Jans. Councillor Knack, you're up next.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. So, Mr. Huckaluk, I'll start with you. I wanted to dig in a bit more. You mentioned you did ultimately get to sit down with administration to talk about your proposed solution, and what I wasn't clear on is for why didn't they take that example? What did you hear from them? I mean, I'm going to ask them as well, but I just wanted to get a sense from you as to what you heard.
From administration, they told me that the land I was showing in that trapezoidal area was too big. I don't know what that means, but that's what they said.
Okay. Okay.
And yeah, that's and also I should add, I never found out about what solution would be included until the council package came out. They never closed the communication gap with me to say we've chosen a different alternative, which I gave them the ability to do. There are more than one solutions here.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's helpful. And maybe to Mr. Pinto or Sir Figueroa, I wanted to just understand, you had a chance to also meet with Mr. Huckaluk and talk about these. He's presented a different solution that isn't included in this. Is there any?
I'm sorry, Councillor Knack?
Oh, sorry, we can't ask questions of the proponent. That was before. My fault. I'll do that new information. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good catch. So I think, well, actually, I guess that's probably it. I'll wait to ask administration further questions on this. Actually, no, I think I'll just go to admin. Thank you. I'll move a second round if Councillor Jans needs it.
Second?
Please vote on second round.
Yes for me.
We have all the votes. Please display the votes. And that is carried. Councillor Jans, go ahead.
Thank you. If I can go back to Mr. Guest Hukulek then. So if there was essentially the smaller form that allowed for that turning radius, then that would essentially mitigate your safety concerns. Am I correct there?
Yes, if you could take a standard corner cut that's allowed for in the city standards, yeah, then you could. It would require more right-of-way from the property.
But it would require a smaller build form on the property, is that correct?
Not the option I gave them. It doesn't change the built form. It is possible to fit it and not change the DC2.
But the trade-off would then be what?
It's not clear to me. There's an undefined benefit that the administration has never told me, but there is a safety impact of it. And so I don't understand why they're choosing to go with the undefined benefit, presumably to the developer. I don't know.
Okay, I have a number of questions for administration that I may need to get first before I get more clarity from the community. But I think it was guest Lightfoot who mentioned something about a traffic demand study or something. I don't see. I'm not sure if I missed that here. Was that something you were undertaking, or was the?
No, this was back in the time when the ARP was being developed, and Bunton Associates did a traffic study and determined that particularly at 115th Street and University Avenue that it would be, there were going to be some difficulties, and that this should be taken into account when we designed the transportation around the ARP. We had assumed that Bunt study would be a part of the ARP with, of course, some solutions and things built in, but it didn't make it in, and it was an oversight or something. And my point in bringing it up was simply to say that as a process, as we go along with this and sort of participate in good faith, it's hard to take all of these things, and when you add it all up, it gets to be hard.
Okay, so it was a more generalized concern about traffic demand in the neighborhood, not specific to this project individually.
Yes.
Yeah. Just out of curiosity, how do you get in and out of the neighborhood?
Hard. I can actually relay to you that sometimes people, if they have particularly in the summer, they have to park outside of the neighborhood so they can get to their car to go get their kid, because you can't know that you can get out. Right now, what we have are approximately 40,000 cars that go on and off to the university campus. And when they want to go home, and they've already waited a long time. So they block the 115th Street access to university. So you can sit in that nice long line, but you can't actually get out because they're blocking the intersection. Every now and again, enforcement comes and, we have a little window there where it works. But it's a very, very tough intersection. It's tough for pedestrians too, because, they want to get across, obviously, they're waiting. That is where Dr. John McIntyre was actually killed at that intersection a number of years ago.
At 115?
Yep.
And
University.
And 76? Or 115
No,
in
University. Yeah,
Right,
76 is
by
a
the
whole,
lights.
that's right.
Okay.
We now have one way from University going on to getting to Saskatchewan Drive to then get out onto University Avenue. So people will try to come down 119th Street. If that doesn't work, you cut along University Avenue onto Saskatchewan Drive. I've sat there, it's a one-way. I've sat there in the middle of the road waving people off as they try to cut through because they're trying to cut up the service road to avoid the difficulties. A couple years ago, I sent council a picture of 15 tire tracks going over the median where people are so desperate, they're actually crossing the median onto the service road off University Avenue. So it's a tough area for traffic.
Yeah.
But we're going to add a lot more people.
So why
coming in
don't
and out.
you take Keeler Road?
Why don't I take
Yeah,
Keeler Road?
Yeah, I think for
On my bike, perhaps.
Yeah. I think part of, so functionally, would you agree with the statement that there's basically one way in and out of Belgravia, and that's University Ave? That
That's right.
76 is effectively either between the LRT delays or between the lineup all the way down to Sask Drive, that it's effectively impossible to get out.
That's right. Yeah,
And though we can't consider, say, well, when we're thinking about the land use and adding density to the neighborhood, if it's effectively an island, I imagine you would have some concern around that too.
we do, and we also have concern about what about emergency vehicles? Like if you have the heart attack in the middle there and you want a fire truck to get through, it's just, or an ambulance to get through, how do they get through? I mean, it is wall to wall to wall to wall. And it's just for a short window, and it's worse actually at a rush hour at sort of starting about 3:34 till about 5:36. The morning isn't that bad, but
I'm out of time, I'm sorry, thank you.
And I will move for I can't move because I'm chair. Do you want a third round?
No, I want to go to questions of admin.
All right. Thank you very much then. I think a number of us have questions for administration. So we will now go to questions of administration, and we've got about, 10 minutes before break then. So Councillor Knack?
I'll defer to the ward councillor.
That's kind of
If
you.
that's okay.
Councillor Jans?
Thank you for that. I'm not sure if this is for administration or legal, but if we were elected just over a year ago, I hear from the applicant that this was a 3-year process. I understand there was a referral in September, so you could say that council has effectively asked for 3 or 4 months here, but the 3-year number was a bit surprising to me. Is there a reason why this didn't come forward sooner, or was there a delay on the part of the administration, or is this normal process for a time period like that?
I think for the complexities of the project, the number of land exchanges between the purchasing of road right-of-way, the selling of the laneways to achieve the ARP vision added to some of that time, as well as the project in itself and its uniqueness in terms of zero parking and just in terms of the engagement that's been done by the applicant and the city on it as well.
Right. Could you speak to the piece around ARP compliance? Is it disputed that this is non-compliant with the ARP?
Councillor Jans, there are 34 pieces of policy in the ARP, 30 of which this application meets. So it doesn't meet on 4. We're achieving the development concept. It's an ambitious development concept. It asks for a substantial amount of land assembly that Travis was just referring to, the establishing lanes interior to the neighborhood, starting to add high density, converting cul-de-sacs to green spaces, and maintaining a consistent width for that green spine, all to put people closer to the LRT station.
Right. So I guess I'm going back to, so it sounds like it'd be fair to say this is undisputedly then a variance, and why we're here today. So when we're thinking about future sites like others along 114 or in other communities, how are we going to answer the question around compliance and congruence with other plans or pieces that council will be establishing over the next couple of years with zoning bylaw and district plans, everything else?
Well, we'll do it in the same way that we did with this application. So an application comes in and we take it under review for all of our current policies and guidelines in place.
I think what I hear from a lot of the community though is that it's sort of we have district suggestions, we have city plan suggestions, that it's not actually a codification. It's, if you don't like it, it's 4, but if you want 6, go for it. If you want 8, go for it.
I see. So ARPs are living documents. They have the ability to change, right? And they have to be able to have that ability, right? right? They need to be able to respond to market conditions. They need to be able to respond to a shifting policy framework, particularly one that we see ourselves in. There are amendments associated with this application. There are trade-offs. We're aware of that. We understand this means a substantial change for this neighborhood. We've been very clear and transparent about that.
How about say then, like what isn't a guideline? Like would city plan, would there be like thresholds or minimums or something else? Like if there's a minimum of something like a variance, at what point is 1.2 meters 1.2 meters? Or is it never? This is always up to the will of the council and 7 votes.
So Council, we're talking about various levels of policy and regulation. Between the city plan policy, which is quite broad, and then you drill down through statutory policy, through the ARPs, which in this case we have an ARP that is could be somewhat misaligned with the city plan, which is more recently approved. Beyond that, we have zoning regulation and guidelines which help determine where these specific meterages, the 1 or 1.2 or 5, float in between.
Can I just unpack, sorry, that one comment? How is it misaligned with the city plan though? If what Mr. Guest Bazant said was it's double the ARP would result in double the density suggested by the city plan. Like I hear this from Garneau sometimes too about like we're already more dense than required.
The city plan doesn't outline minimum densities for neighborhoods. It doesn't also, not minimum, it doesn't outline maximum densities for neighborhoods. It outlines a general vision in terms of built form along nodes and corridors. In this case, next to a train line, it would suggest 6 stories is probably a minimum. But given the local context and the neighborhood context of this, the 6 stories in this case is deemed appropriate and in alignment with city plan, which is where that difference between the ARP and the city plan vision holds.
Thank you very much. And with that, I think we will, oh, we want to extend? Okay, does somebody want to move that?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'll move that we extend.
Second, extend to finish.
To finish?
I'll extend to, my motion will be till 6 o'clock to be safe and see if we need to extend after that, because that might then trigger the need for lunch or dinner.
And is that all right with the clerks and admin? Yes? Okay. All right.
Is that debatable? Like I would rather take a break for dinner now, and then I would rather come back and keep going on this. Like I have quite a number more questions. I alone.
You can take a
you
vote.
want- Okay. So you're moving that, who's second? Oh, sorry, Knack moved it, you second. Councillor Knack, do you want to stay with your motion, or do you want to withdraw? Or do you want us to go to a vote?
We might as well go to a vote, and then if folks don't want to, that's fine too. I'm indifferent, but I've heard suggestion that it might be more that we anyway. Yes, let's go to vote.
Okay, so the motion that I'm seeing here is to close a portion of the road. What is just to extend till 6 o'clock or to finish?
To 6 o'clock.
6 p.m., okay. Thinking.
Councillor Jan says no.
I'm no.
I'm also a no. Councillor Rutherford.
We have all the votes.
Oh, sorry, I'm also a no.
Is that Councillor Paquette? Oh, welcome.
Sorry, my connection's bad if you can't hear me.
That's okay. We heard you say no. Do we have all the votes?
We have all the votes, yeah.
Display them, please. And that's been defeated. So we will break now and return at 7 o'clock to finish off these items. Thank you.
I thought we returned at 6:30. No, 7. Okay, sorry.
Are we live?
We can hear you, Councillor Paquette.
You can hear me? Okay, great.
We are live on YouTube.
All right, good evening, everybody. Welcome back. I'll just do a quick roll call again to see who's returned. Councillor Knack?
Good evening.
Good evening, and I know Councillor Principe is away on ward business right now. Councillor Stevenson?
Actually, you know what, I'm still on right now.
Oh,
I
you
might
are?
have to leave a little early though, thank you.
Okay, awesome.
Good evening.
Good evening, and Councillor Paquette, we just heard.
I am here.
Yeah, and Councillor Tang?
Good evening.
Good evening. Mayor Sohi, off chance? No. Councillor Hamilton?
Good evening.
Good evening. Councillor Rutherford? Not quite.
Good evening.
Good evening. And Councillor Salvador?
Good evening.
Good evening. Councillor Cartmel?
Oh, good evening.
Good evening. And Councillor Rice did advise me that she was going to be away on ward business and would try to make it back in later. And Councillor Jans?
Good evening.
Good evening. So I think now we will continue on with our...
Madam Chair, I'm online, Councillor Rice.
Oh, you did make it. Okay.
And then I will make for a while, and then I have to offline come back again.
Okay.
Thank
Good. Stay as long as you can. Okay. And so now we will go to continue with questions to administration, and Councillor Stevenson is up next.
Yes, thank you. I appreciated hearing from the community and just wanted to put some of their questions to staff if we can do that. So, one point just in terms of the community feeling that they hadn't been consulted since the referral motion. I kind of went back and I recognized that may actually sort of be on council, because I think the direction we provided to staff was to work with the proponent and not necessarily conduct further community engagement. Was that your understanding of the direction you were given?
Yeah, the motion is pretty specific that administration work with the applicant team.
Right. So you did. It sounds like you did speak with the community, but that wasn't necessarily what you'd been directed to do. Okay. Thank you. I think that's good to have that clarity there. Just in terms of the safety, so absolutely appreciate wanting to ensure that there's safe vehicle movement around the site for waste collection. Presumably that's been reviewed, and just wanted to confirm that we feel that the current arrangement provides a safe path for waste vehicles.
Yes, Councillor. Multiple scenarios were being looked at to look at different routing, and recommendation in front of you meets all those requirements.
That's great. Yeah, and I know that sort of in my condo building, anyways, the waste collection vehicle needs to come down our ramp and then it backs back over a sidewalk. Actually, so it's not necessarily an untypical scenario where there's reverse movement. Is that fair?
I think the key here is the current proposal addresses any conflict with the truck movement, and that was the goal when we took this back, in terms of eliminating that, and what is in front of you does that.
Great. I also appreciate the point about some of the access and egress constraints of the neighborhood, given the LRT layout. It seems that this development, without providing on-site parking, is maybe a way to address that in terms of not substantially adding to the traffic load in the neighborhood.
That's correct, because the transportation assessment did take that into account and was aggressive in terms of estimating what the possible amount of traffic could be generated through this site. And it's, if we look at the overall 300 daily trips, those trips are generated by both buildings, not necessarily one, rather. And those 300 trips are distributed over 2 alleys. So it's literally 150 trips that are there. If you look at hourly, then you are looking at 25 or so.
Okay, great, thank you. Also I heard about sort of the landscape buffer requirement. My understanding, and I'm a bit rusty on this, but my understanding is that a landscape buffer would only be required where there wasn't a lane between sort of an adjacent property and a budding property and a development. But where there's a lane, there's not usually a landscape buffer between the lane and the parking or other vehicle space on that property.
Yes, you will see the buffer when you have a residential alley, which has 1 meter landscaping on either side, and the carriageway is 4 meters.
Gotcha.
In this case, the highest standard, which is the commercial alley that will be constructed, that does not require any landscaping, and it is a full 6 meter carriageway.
Right, right. So if it was sort of that residential standard, it would be a narrower alleyway
Correct.
with less separation between the buildings. Okay, that's helpful as well. I mean, I think the only other thing that stood out to me is, I appreciate that changes have been made in terms of leaving more of the existing, if it's parkland or just road right-of-way, so that it's at full 10 meters to the property line. The developer will actually be purchasing a bit less of city property. So we'll make a lower return on that because we've increased the width. Did I understand that correctly?
Councillor Stevenson, I don't know the details of the sale agreement, and they wouldn't be pertinent to the land use
consideration.
Consideration.
Good point. Well redirected. Thank you. Thank you so much. Those are all the questions I had.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Tang.
Oh, Councillor Knack can go ahead of me. He signed on before me.
That's very kind of you, Councillor Knack.
Actually, if we're being kind, I am just in transport from a community event, so I'd rather not talk and drive. So.
Okay, I will go. I will go. Yeah, thank you very much for the presentation. I wanted to just get some perspective from administration on something that came up that both the proponents and the opponents spoke about. And that piece around, I think, Mr. Huckalek's design that is not possible to implement. Because the way I understood from the proponents is that the difference between greenfield versus mature neighborhood design. I'm just wondering if you can elaborate on that, if administration can clarify that.
Yes, Councillor Tang. In terms of Mr. Huckalek's design or the recommendation in front of you, the bottom line is that both concepts eliminate any conflict with the loading. And then the loading is then as part of administration's recommendation is part of the parking area. And that's the proposal in front of you that we see is manageable, and details of that will be looked at and designed at the development permit stage.
Okay, great. Yeah, and I'll come back to the speakers later to clarify that as well. And then also, I guess another kind of discrepancy, we didn't really get a chance to dig into it back in September, but the report talks about alignment with 30 out of 34 objectives. And some of the speakers are talking about truly it's only 11 out of 34 objectives, and that's a fairly huge difference. So wondering if you can provide some commentary on where is the disconnect here?
Councillor Tang, it's a good question. I mean, plans are language, and language is subject to interpretation. But what I can tell you is administration and a team of experts and professional planners have reviewed that ARP and determined that it meets 30 of those policies, and set in front of you the amendments that we also think are necessary to bring this application into alignment with the ARP.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so essentially, based on the professional opinion and experience of many people around the table, this is this is what has been landed on. I also, I guess, on ARPs, how many do we have? Can you remind me, how many do we have citywide? I feel like we talk about so many, I've lost track.
Roughly there's over 100.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And with the zoning bylaw renewal, how many of them would you anticipate further change specifically under the zoning bylaw renewal process?
So Councillor Tang. Oh, go ahead, Travis. I was going to say, through the zoning bylaw renewal process, that's not necessarily looking at the statutory planning landscape. That's more the district planning exercise in which it is looking at either incorporating, amending, or repealing the remaining plans. And Councillor Tang, we've got a motion underway right now that looks at which plans could potentially even be repealed prior to that work being done. A number of different options for Urban Planning Committee to contemplate in 2023.
Interesting. And where does this particular ARP land in that process?
I wouldn't be comfortable commenting on that at this point because the planners are doing that analysis right now and doing that work right now, but a lot of the plans don't align. And so this is going to be one of the challenges in the phase of city plan that we're in right now, is that we really want to make sure that our planning landscape aligns to the direction in city plan and to our climate plans as well. Mm-hmm. And that means creating the right planning framework that has that alignment. And we know that we don't have it right now.
Yeah, and I guess the point really is that, I think there's this narrative of either ARP is a bit set in stone versus is it an adaptive tool to the times that we're in. And it sounds like there are other changes that we don't know what they are. And so, sorry, you want to comment? Go ahead.
Yeah, just that cities are always in transition. So even if you put a plan in place, we're going to always have developers who will have different ideas, or communities that are going to have different ideas, and that those plans will constantly be in transition as our city transitions. We want to make sure that we continue to implement that highest policy direction, which is city plan.
Yeah, and I'm out of time, but that just, it doesn't undermine the engagement that has happened up to this point.
Yeah, understood that we need to consider that as we go forward as well.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Councillor Knack, are you in a safe driving place now?
I am just pulling in. So one mind picking up right from that point, because if I understand correctly, from the district plans, and we heard that from our speakers, and I think that's been reinforced, that there is a plan to keep the ARPs for Belgravia, and I think one of the other more modern ones is Jasper Place. So that does create a bit of a discrepancy, because I think there's the notion in both of those plans that there will be nothing really above 4 stories. And so I guess I just wanted to get a sense from you as to, through the district planning work, is the intent to keep the McKernan-Belgravia plan exactly as is, or was it to amend? Because I think there's an impression that it's going to stay exactly as is.
Councillor, so just to, I guess, back that question up a little bit. The district plannings are in a draft phase right now, including which plans are going to be repealed, amended, or kept. The motion and report that Ms. McCabe was referencing about bringing back and reanalyzing some of these plans that is before council shortly is coming. And right now that work is underway, so we don't know whether or not this plan is going to be kept, repealed, or amended. So we are working in this state of gray. However, we do have a city plan which our recommendation is based upon. And excuse me, the ARP's vision, which includes a number of objectives beyond the building height, which includes the green spine, the plaza space, the realignment of alleyways, none of which occurs without development. So there is some trade-offs here that are prevalent, and we understand that, and we believe those trade-offs are basically positive in order to solve or resolve and achieve that ARP vision.
Yes, absolutely, and I guess I just want to be sure that, from what I understand, that there has been an indication that the plan was going to stay, and I think that's what, in terms of building trust, I just want to make sure that I'm clear what we're actually looking at. Is that, while I think there's, so or have we, in our engagements, because it does sound like that has come from the community, suggested that we were going to keep the plan exactly as is?
Councillor Knack, we're very much actively engaging and listening and learning from all Edmontonians that are involved with the district planning process, and not just the SCONA district plan. So I think what we're hearing is that might have been something that was put on the table now, but we're actively taking all of the engagement that we're getting and looking at that. And we can't say at this time if that's going to be for certain or not, because we've heard a variety of different opinions through the district planning process.
Oh, yeah, and I guess what I'm trying to get clarity on is, if we, because we have talked about this when we had yet to approve the city plan, there had been discussions around what is likely to come, and I think what I want to be sure about is that if there is a likelihood that we would keep the plan as is, well, then this is different than what the ARP states. If we were expecting we would likely have some amendments to the plan that would better align with the city plan, which does talk about buildings of this height, then that's something entirely different. So that's just, I guess that's sort of the intent I'm looking at, is sort of the assumption that the city plan will ultimately guide these district plans, and generally speaking, there will be alignment. There might be some community-specific elements where you take in the green spine in this case, or other body of work in other cases, but from a height perspective, are we expecting that every community is going to be aligned more so with the city plan? Because we have done that in Jasper Place, we've amended it, we've done it in Glenora, we've done it in a number of other spots.
That is the intent, yes, that we align, all planning documents align to the city plan.
Okay, that's helpful. I think I'm going to be out of time. I might come back around. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Knack. And if I can ask Councillor Hamilton to take the chair so I can ask my questions.
I have the chair.
Thank you. So I'm just wondering, I think Councillor Stevenson asked about admin consulting with the residents, but the referral just stated to consult with developers. Is that right? In the normal process, would you take the time to have that conversation with the residents, like prior to?
Yes, of course. And of course, there's varying levels of that depending on the complexity and potential impact of a given application. You know, that varies according to whether it's a direct control like this one or standard zoning. But that range of engagement completely responds to the potential impact of the application. So for example, it can be public meetings, Engaged Edmonton online. And as far as the referral motion goes, when we get one, and if it directs us to engage, then we do. And especially if it directs us who and when to engage with.
So we should have been more specific then in our direction to you to continue engagement with the residents then as well?
Councillor, just to be clear, we did engage the residents and Mr. Huckaluck in specific in regards to the waste issues.
Okay. I just had heard a couple times they hadn't heard back. So, my other question is in regards to the accessible or the disabled parking spots. Is there a minimum requirement for each development that's needed?
Barrier-free stalls are as per the building code, and based on the current proposal, there is a need for 5 barrier-free stalls for the 2 buildings.
Okay, so those can't be taken away. They can be moved maybe a different location, or?
If needed, a variance can be granted through the provincial authority, not the city.
Sorry, that variance then is to have them or not, or where they're located?
Reduction in the number.
Okay, but where they're located,
that is solely part of the development permit.
Okay. And then could the developer, again, decide to put in a landscape buffer rather than a fence? Would that need development approval, or?
It would, oh, it wouldn't need
No?
development
Okay,
approval. if they
okay.
wanted to.
So if they wanted to do that to be nice, okay. And then Ms. Peroni had talked about downloading like the problems with the waste services and that to the city. But that is something sort of we take the chance on with any development, especially if we're using contractors?
I won't say that it's a chance. As I mentioned that we do have authentic engineering tools that can tell us what site can work and what not. We do have design truck templates that we run on actual sites, and engineers at the city verify those. And that exercise was done with this proposal as well. It's not one size fit all solution. It is very much contextual. What is in front of you definitely makes sense for this site. This may not be workable for others.
Okay. And one other thing I'd noticed on the drawings was the possible transformer placement. Is that a risk, being sort of right in the middle around where the waste services trucks might smash into?
So that potential word is intentional there, because those, again, those details are sorted out at the development permit stage. So there is a potential for that transformer to be located somewhere else.
Okay. Okay, I think that's all the questions that I had. Thank you very much, and I'll take back the chair, Councillor Hamilton. Thank you.
I return the chair.
Thank you, and then we will go to Councillor Cartmel.
Great, thank you. So I think to Ms. McCabe, maybe test your memory here a little bit. Going back to when some of these ARPs were crafted and drafted, was there much tension around 4 stories versus 5 stories versus 6 stories when those conversations were going on? And I asked this, with the understanding that the building code did not allow wood frame buildings to be more than 4 stories tall until just a couple of years ago. So was there really any real practical debate about whether 4-story buildings are or higher? Like, maybe I'll say it this way. Was there not really going to be essentially a step function jump? Like, you're either going to 4 stories, or you're going to 8 or 9 or 10, where steel and concrete became more economical?
I think that was part of the reality of building, but perhaps the team could add more details to that as well. It's a good observation. Travis?
So, Councillor, there is I think when the time of the approval and the creation of the plan, 4 stories was viewed as that low-story development form within the city, whether that was construction restraint or not. As times evolve and times change, the scale and perception of scale changes as well, and that building code change, contributes to that as in terms of what the general practice of what a low-scale building is. So as we move forward, the 10+ years now, we really view that 4 and 6-story building form as a low-rise, and our policy hasn't caught up to that.
Yeah, I just feel like we're going to see more upward pressure, if you will, because wood frame buildings can be economically constructed, or a building can be economically constructed at 6 stories out of wood, whereas a 6-story building just wasn't economical in a lot of circumstances, at least not for this use. And so does our city plan then contemplate 6 stories more than 4 stories? That may have been asked. I feel like I missed that.
It does. Through both the secondary corridors and the primary corridors, there's that range between 4 and 6, which is described as that low to mid-rise, and then you go above and beyond that for high rises.
Thank you. So I want to also touch on one other thing, and that's sort of the heat island effect conversation. In the context of heat islands, I think we look at the amount of reflective surfaces or hard surfaces generally. And I guess I would ask for some comment, if we have potentially more hard surface on a particular lot, but that particular lot is in the core of the city, compared to say, a larger building with a larger roof that covers more of a lot, but it covers a lot, like the previous item, well out in the west end of the city where it's not just the hard surface of the roof, but it's the hard surface of the roads and the sidewalks and the transit centers and the commercial strips that have to serve that new development. On that basis, which is more of a heat island concern, this building in Edgemont or this building in McKernan?
Councillor, perhaps I might answer your question a little bit differently in terms of the hypotheticals there.
Sure.
When we're looking to address climate change and sustainability goals, often they may run counterintuitive to each other, such as this one where you're looking to place density next to transit, which would reduce car users, more walkability we would see from this building, and general more benefits in terms of those traditional sustainability goals of locating density around transit in the inner city. That comes with the trade-off of increased site coverage and that possible increase in heat island effect. So we do have policy around locating density around transit for those benefits outlined. And right now we're lagging in that heat island policy, but I think in general our city plan quite strongly states that we need to start locating more density around transit and these nodes and corridors that have been outlined.
And if I might add, Councillor Cartmel, if you were to look at 100 units or somewhere, but this is going to be between 71 dwellings or 142 dwellings in this building. If you were to look at the heat island effect of this building or 170 separate developments or 142 separate developments, on a systems-wide basis, this development would have a smaller heat island effect than if it was 71 new single-family homes, as an example.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for, those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we will have Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. Councillor Carmel ably asked the first question I would ask, so I will pick up from there. And that would be that, so the argument, I think, would be that in the effort to increase density, we're reducing a strip of the green space, basically. And good urbanism determines that the more dense you have, the more density you have, the more green space you actually want to offer. So I'm just wondering, maybe Ms. McCabe, if you can sort of expand on that a little bit.
I might pass that one over to the team first in terms of, yes, we got to make sure that we've got the right amount of green space when we're increasing density, but that's really another thing that's done on much more of a systems basis in terms of planning, and I wouldn't look at it a one-off. That's more of an overall policy question, in my opinion.
And so I guess the reason I ask it, because I think one of the concerns of the community is that the word, I guess, about creep, right? Development creep on the green space. And that this one-off would actually turn into something that was just normalized, and then they would lose some of that amenity and some of that important, sources from concrete and glass.
Councillor Paquette, I'll just chime in here. So for the south building, the property that is the right-of-way that's being purchased is actually alley and mainly hard surface. So there's a larger bit of green space that's being used for the north building. But I also want to just draw everybody's attention to the open space and the plaza connector that's being created out of a hard surface cul-de-sac right now. And that open space and that plaza connector will be landscaped. And there is landscaping requirements and all of the setbacks for this proposed development.
Okay, so interesting. So in terms of land use and how we manage that, it sounds like one of the things that drove approval of this from administration is that it won't just be green space, and maybe there is some loss, but then there is some gain in the fact that there is some beautification and there's some actually planning involved in it. I'm assuming that it won't just be a one-off because that will be extended as we densify. I just want to make sure I've got that clear on this one project. That would be sort of an instigator effect.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. A lot to weigh, but yeah, I mean, obviously, I think everyone who's present today can agree that we need to densify the city. I think the real concern was how we do it. And it sounds like if we're doing it intentionally and balancing loss with gain, there might be a happy middle ground. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. And can somebody move a second round?
I'm happy to move the second round.
Thank you very much. And we'll need a seconder.
Second.
Second.
Councillor Knack, I think, rang in. If we can please vote.
Councillor Salvador is a yes.
Councillor Principe and Bryce, are you still on the call?
Yes, I'm here.
That didn't sound like either Councillor Principe or Councillor Rice.
Oh, my mistake. I thought you said Bryce.
Okay, sorry.
Although, Bryce, we do take your counsel.
Shall we just show them as absent? I know they both had community activities this evening.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. And that is carried. Councillor Jans, if you want to go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to go back to the Plaza Connector for a sec. So, I'm walking westbound out of the McKernan LRT. I cross that strip at the north there, and I'm moving through, and I go left through what is the cul-de-sac right now onto 78th Avenue. If this development were to proceed, instead I would be walking along the green spine and then cutting through the plaza. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's the linkage that is called for in the ARP.
Right, and that plaza is designed to be a pedestrian cross-through. It's not designed to be a private space. Is that right?
That's correct. It is public property.
It is public property.
Yeah.
Who shovels the snow there?
Parks.
Really? So, okay. So it's public pathway, but this question about emergency vehicles, how, can you walk me through that? I mean, the concern that an emergency vehicle may not have access is obviously something we should be alert to.
Yeah, I can. So for emergency access, FRS will be primarily using 78th Avenue. And for the staging purpose, they will be using North and South Alley, depending on where the emergency is. When they are done and beginning to leave, that's where they'll be backing up and utilizing a small space within that plaza.
So essentially like a three-point turn into the plaza to go.
do that.
Okay, so how, the concern then that this could just turn into parking or skip the dishes or?
So there is expectation around the landscaping, the delineation, and also some signage that you typically see where emergency vehicles are needed to use that space to keep those spaces open. But first and foremost, I think there is regulations in DC that will drive the design to a point where there is clear delineation that it's not a parking space.
I mean, we can barely get people to stop parking in the bike lanes, so how are we going to enforce this?
Councillor, sorry, I think it's no different than any other enforcement challenge or issue throughout the city.
Is it going to have those locking T-bar type things or something? Is it, the padlock and then they swing open sort of?
I think at the development permit stage, when that design is refined, those options will be known. The important thing with this plaza is that it's designed first and foremost as a public walkable space. There's no intention that it is designed for vehicles. It's designed for a very intermittent use for emergency vehicles, which, yeah, I don't think there's a probability in terms of how often it will be used, but not very often, and one hopes never.
Right. So what about the wind impacts that came up as well? I saw the sun assessment. Do we do wind assessments?
There was a wind assessment submitted along with this application. It did suggest there would be some adverse impacts at the pedestrian grade and that some landscaping or other type of wind mitigation measures, whether that be on the ground or on the building, should be reviewed through a more detailed wind analysis or assessment at the development permit stage, and that is written into the zoning regulations.
Should the DC be amended to have a no parking requirement for this plaza?
No, this plaza makes part of a road closure and is park space.
So it does, okay. I just want to touch on the landscape buffer again. And so there's the minimum buffer, but we're granting an exception here to allow it to only be 6 meters. Is that's correct?
I'll just ask clerks if they could bring the presentation back up to slide 14, please. So this is what they're going to bring up, Councillor Jones, is the elevation of the west side of the building.
Right.
So we'll have 7.5 meters of a setback on private property and 6 meters for the commercial grade alley.
So the distance between the wall of the west home and the wall of this building will be?
The property line of the west home and the wall of the building, 13.5 meters.
And the home is one meter from the property line?
Yeah, roughly, we typically see about 1.2 meters of a side setback.
Okay.
Here we go, they're going, this will help.
And sorry, I'm out of time.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. I'm up next, and I will ask the same question to be able to see the answer. Thank you.
Slide 14, sorry. Thank you. So you can see just to the west of the dimension line for the 6 meter commercial grade, this is where we're talking about the request for a landscape buffer, which is not a city standard when it comes to a commercial grade alley. And the fence line that they're offering, I mean, you could see a fence line in the rendering here. That is what the applicant and residents are talking about.
So we're looking at the 6 plus the 7.5 for the 13.5. Okay?
That's right, for the total.
Okay,
Yeah.
I thought it was just being reduced to 6 altogether.
No, no.
Okay.
No.
Thank you very much. And I think also in this presentation, wasn't there a slide showing how the emergency vehicles would back into the plaza and out? I thought I remember seeing some red.
I don't think
No,
that we
maybe not
have
this
it. I can take a look for it, Councillor.
Okay, I was just wondering, because my concern was how much of that plaza is going to be green space and how much will be, because I'm sure we're going to want that paved or some kind of hard surface for the emergency vehicles to back into.
If we could go to slide 11, I can show you the site plan. You could see the renderings are showing different, we have to remember we have commercial units at grade here too. So cafe space that's intended to spill out onto the plaza. So landscaping that would be in and around that area, right? It will have to be a thoughtful design.
Okay, and but there's nothing specific that says how much, like what percentage would have to be landscaped and how much could be hard surface?
No, we have some detailed landscaping requirements in the zoning. I can look those up. But in terms of ratio, no. The ratio soft to hard, no.
Okay, so it couldn't be totally paved over, but there's discretion as to how much.
That's right. So it's only going to serve the development when that plaza space is an actual plaza.
Okay.
Right? And designed accordingly.
Okay. Yeah, because We don't want to have to be shoveling the snow out of the whole thing, right? If we're covering the cost of that.
Oh, I see where you're going.
Well, no, and I also, yeah, for residents and that to enjoy as well, I think it needs a higher percentage of landscape than pavement. That's all I have. Thank you very much. Do we have anybody else on the list? Any other questions, councillors? Oh, can we go for a third round, please? Oh, I didn't take I didn't give the chair up to Councillor Hamilton. Oh. Councillor Hamilton, can you take the chair and I will ask for a third round?
Sure.
Okay, thank you very much. So I move for a third round. Anybody want to second?
Second.
Thank you, Councillor
Please
Knack. Please
vote.
vote. Oh, you've got it.
Please vote. Thank.
We have all the votes.
Display the vote. And that is carried 7-2. I return the chair.
Thank you,
Councillor Wright.
Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Jans, please go ahead.
So, I just want to go into the green spine for a sec. Is it normal that we move property lines to accommodate requests rather than telling the proponent to build within the property line? Is that normal?
I think in the context of this ARP, which asks for the construction of north-south alleyways, the closure of existing alleyways, and then the provision of the green spine and the plaza space, there's a lot of uncertainties there. So there isn't a set hard yes or no to that.
So can you think of or is there another project that comes to mind where we've done this?
In terms of requiring...
We're moving property lines.
We do on 109th Street. There's a requirement for a similar north-south alley to create a fronting scenario for the lots instead of a flanking, which is there currently. But again, these happen over decades as development occurs. So sometimes you're left with some fragments here or there until that vision is fully realized, and it saves the city from upfronting, buying all of these lots, creating these new alleys, moving these alleys, which I would doubt probably would not occur.
So on the topic of the green spine, and the ARP suggested the green spine should be 12 meters north to south through from University Ave down to Belgravia Road. Is that correct?
So if I could just ask clerks to bring up slide 9. So we have the ARP addresses the green spine in several locations, or several spots in the ARP. Where we've got our most direct direction is that it asks us to follow the cross-section. This cross-section is a plus or minus 55 meters for the existing road right-of-way from dimension line to dimension line. So we're already starting with an approximate width of an existing condition that runs for 4 blocks. Where it's concerned on the east side, we have an absolute dimension given of 3.4, but we also have blocks of space that add up to 12. So what we have here is an acknowledgement that this is an approximate. We also have acknowledgement in other parts of the ARP and direction that a range is expected, and that again depends on the development opportunities up and down the 114th Street corridor in terms of land consolidation, land assembly, what's possible as it moves westward, interior to the neighborhood in terms of land that can be purchased and developed. And then we have another figure in the development concept for illustrative purposes that provides that range of 10 to 15.
Right, because there's, a concern about the erosion of the green spine, that if this project encroaches more east and if others do, I think the vision of having a north-south green spine with trees and actually some noise buffering and pollution buffering against the traffic jam on 114th Street would be desirable, and I worry about the precedent that this sets north-south.
Yep, and clerks, if I could just ask for slide 20. So here, this is exactly, the ARP contemplates this. And so, I'm sorry that it's small, but the existing condition, you can see the red outline for where our site is, versus the concept. So in the existing condition, you can see the expectation of the ARP could be at any point along the green spine and interior to the neighborhood, there could be the possibility of acquiring 3 lots or 2 lots in order to achieve this vision. That's up and down the corridor. When we move to the development concept, they're really trying to maintain that consistent width from north to south for the green spine, and also draw a relatively straight line to make a north-south alley interior to the neighborhood. This is the whole fundamental basis of the corridor. So when the ARP is asking for consistency in width, and we look at the site conditions and the development pattern and potential according to the ARP, we're comfortable with 10 meters.
Okay, so
In the future, we will review development applications that are proposing land assemblies such as this in order to maintain that consistency of the green spine width. You can see, well, it's hard to see, but to the north, there's a couple pieces that pinch where the existing conditions go down to about 5 meters. And that's where we'd really be looking to be intentional in asking for more width at the green spine.
To the clerk, I've lost my timer. How are we doing? So I've heard, this is sort of new topic. I've heard that there was a commitment made by the city that when the McKernan-Belgravia LRT station was put in, that the community would not be required to accept higher density. Was that, and I can't find record of this, I've also heard the inverse, that the deal was you get a train station, but you have to accept higher density. Was there anything codified pre-LRT consultations about this whole topic?
Councillor, I'm not aware of any. What we do know is that there's an ARP in place that calls for additional development, which would counter you're not getting any density, or we're not getting more density with the LRT station. I think when any city, specifically our city, looks to place an LRT station in a neighborhood, there's an expectation that density would be leveraged through that large infrastructure investment. We see that through our TOD guidelines, which were created before the Belgravia-McKernan plan, indicating that density is to be expected when you have a train station next door.
Okay, I'm over time, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. I'm just wondering if anybody wants to put forward a motion for round 4 if you have more questions. I know you had a lot.
I'll put forward the motion if it's needed.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. I'm just waiting for Councillor Jans. You need it?
I just have a couple more. That's okay.
Then I'll move that.
And who was that? Councillor Rutherford?
That was me, yep.
Okay, thank you. Please vote.
I just want to confirm that Councillor Rice and Councillor Principe have left the meeting. And therefore, we have all the votes.
Thank you. Display the votes, please. And that is carried. Councillor Jans, over to you.
So I just want to get clarity again one more time on this safety piece about the alleyway, the waste, those different pieces. I mean, very much that's concerning. I know a couple other councillors have asked about it, but just I don't want to get into a sort of a battle of the iron rings here, but if you know, we're hearing that there's concern about this, I certainly want to interrogate that further.
Councillor Jans, there's no concern about that. We have confidence in our engineering team who's done an evaluation of this situation.
Okay. And then when the applicant came forward initially, why wouldn't administration say, okay, or like, have we done a bit of an analysis in terms of the height piece between why this 7 stories as opposed to not the 4 stories as is, and why not tell the applicant to, you know, this is too much for a space, you should buy up a couple more lots, or was there even a contemplation of, say, going thinner and higher or something else? Like, how is the calculus made that it's okay to move through the ARP on height? And if you are going to accept that, yes, they're going over the ARP by height to 6, why not 8 if it would have the reduced setbacks to correct some of these other challenges and problems? Like, it seems like on a few of the answers I've received, it's like we accept that the footprint will be this, and we can move it a couple inches this way or a couple inches that way, but that's the footprint and it has to be this high. And I'm struggling to kind of understand that if that makes sense.
Yeah, any application's a balancing act or a set of trade-offs that are made. To be clear, it's not administration's application. The applicant has full right to make an application of what they choose. In terms of whether they want to exceed the ARP, when this application came in, and any application that comes in, there's definitely conversation on how it conforms or it does not conform to the ARP. And that's interpretation is given by admin to the applicant team. And then they go back and make their design choices, submit an application, and that is reviewed by administration and those trade-offs are analyzed. In this case, the height is analyzed against the impacts to the neighboring houses to the west. Those are viewed as sufficiently mitigated through that 13.5 meter setback. The complications or the complex roadway disposition and acquirement of greenway and plaza space, there's a sufficient balance in our view that has been achieved here in order to achieve that ARP vision, while having that trade-off an additional 2 stories.
Like, I just looked, and I'm new, I've been here a year, but I look through and like, I see at least 7 or 8 areas, it appears, where like there's been variances granted, or I'm not even using the right language, but like there's been we'll tolerate this, we'll tolerate that, we'll tolerate this, because the net benefit of the project we believe in. It seems to be what I'm hearing, and I guess I'm just trying to calculate all of that together, and it, as somebody used the term earlier, this feels like a very complex project, and I would concur, but I guess I'm just trying to understand it. At what point would administration say, actually, you're on your own, we're not going to recommend this project, this is not recommended?
Councillor Jans, we do that. We haven't in this situation because we believe that this is an application that has great alignment to city plan. And we would look at those cumulative impacts overall as well. We do not recommend approval in some cases. This is just not the case with this application.
And so even the piece about like the 3 bedrooms, so that's codified that 6% of the rooms will be 3 bedroom? Am I correct there?
I need to double check with the team on the details of that.
Councillor Jans, each building has 53 units that are 1 bedroom, 14 that are 2 bedroom, and 4 that are 3 bedroom.
And where are you reading that?
That is written into the zoning.
Into the zoning?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And that piece about affordability
The applicant has indicated that they are applying for grants with CMHC. I think they've referenced 15% of affordability in the past. I'd have to defer to them on details.
But that's not written in?
That is not written in.
To clarify. Okay, thanks.
Yep.
I have questions for the community, so I guess I'm done this round then.
Okay, thank you very much. So if there's no other questions then, we can go on to call for clarifying questions from council. So Councillor Jans, like to go ahead?
Thank you. I'm just buzzing in.
Take your time.
Okay, am I good to go? Yeah, okay. So I guess then I can ask the members of the community to respond then. So I guess hearing, maybe I'll go to guest Bizant's first. Do you want to respond to the piece about well, I don't. Do you want to respond? Do you want to respond to anything you've heard right now? But in particular, around that piece about the ARP and the density goals, does this offer clarity for you?
No, I don't think so. It seems like the arguments weren't heard. First, the city plan does not specify heights in terms of stories. If someone can find that, if I'm wrong about that, I'll be glad to hear it, but I don't see that anywhere. The district plan does. It says mid-rise is 5 to 8 stories. Low-rise is 4 stories and less. 4 stories actually is how it's defined. So, and that 4 stories, I don't think it was, I'm not sure because I wasn't involved in all the conversations 10 years ago. But I don't think it had to do with wood construction. I think it had to do with what would be appealing for families to live. You heard a presentation tonight saying that the current, that what the community really wants is a place where lots of families will come. It's not clear that the current building will do that. In fact, it's pretty clear that it will not. So the idea was that relatively low rise, 4 stories, would attract more families. And that's important for the area. With the school right across the street, another school a few blocks away, the university nearby, and LRT. So I think the 4 stories has to do with families, not constructions. Someone said something about 8 stories or 6 stories all along. No, the ARP specifies 6 stories and 4-story buildings and says where they should be. And that was after considerable discussion. So I think we need to be clear about these things. Let's see, what else had come up in here? This business of the 30 out of 34 policy things being addressed positively by this proposal, I just think that's absurd. As has been mentioned, one of our members went through all of them and found only 11 that agreed. There were many. I personally went through and saw several for the green spine, several policy recommendations for the green spine that were not included in that computation, where the answer would be no, it doesn't agree. So I just hope, I'm just concerned about the quality of information that's being passed on here, Councillor Jens.
So can I ask Ms. Guest Fielding then? So again, like it seems that the trade-off for height was some of these other concessions as far as setbacks or green spine or other pieces, and that was to justify the 6-story proposal, or that appears to be what I've concluded. So do you think if there was I guess I'm trying to find a way, is there something here that you think would be able to move the is there a way to get to yes on height, or is this still a non-negotiable for the group?
Yeah, absolutely. So first of all, there is an acceptable footprint. It's laid out by the ARP. We don't need to exceed onto the green spine. We don't need to exceed on setbacks. We don't need to, if there were some of these small changes, we're talking about like 1 meter on one side and 1 meter on the other side. If they could make the building footprint fit where it's supposed to fit, they'll have space for maybe a row of trees, landscape buffer. They'll have space to be able to turn vehicles around. There will be absolutely no need to back into a pedestrian plaza where people walk through. Like, that won't even be a requirement, which then makes that plaza available for it to be fully landscaped. When we talk about having cafes and having tables out there, I don't know that that's really acceptable. If occasionally people are going to back into that area, what would they just like move the tables? I really think that if we could put the building's footprint on its actual footprint, then the community would accept the change in height.
And what if, so part of the opposition to, I'm out of time. Thank you.
And I think someone was going to move a second round.
I can move the second round.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Do we have a second? Do we have someone second it?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. And that is carried. Thank you. Councillor Jans, go ahead.
So there was the question of just going back to the height in the ARP. So if, and I don't want to weigh into hypotheticals here, but if this was delayed or referred back, and in the meantime a transit-oriented development overlay passes in zone of bylaw, and maybe the new Scona district moves from the 4 stories to an 8 or a 10-story, like how much of it is the opposition to perceived bending of the ARP, and how much is is it the actual impact of the height? And I would open that up to anyone at the table.
I'm happy to take that, Councillor Jans. I think one of the struggles here is that I've heard repeatedly, maybe the Scona district plan will change, and maybe it will repeal the ARP. But today, the ARP is a standing bylaw that we've engaged on as a community and said, this is what we expect. If engagement through the Scona district plan consultation process comes back and says, well, the community actually supports this, fantastic. We have then provided that feedback to the city saying we're accepting of that. But right now, the engagement process that was in place, that a substantial amount of funding was put into, says that the community is supporting of a 4-story development in that setting. And we are here saying that that's what the community has said. I think the real struggle here is we're dealing with hypotheticals of something might change when the reality of today is the ARP is in place. And we're talking, we've talked about living documents, we've talked about, you know, this is something that is amended regularly. But the reality is that today we're before you as a community group saying we think that this is inappropriate based on the policy that's there today. And if engagement with the community comes back to say, actually, we acknowledge that building codes have changed, 6 stories does fit, then that's a change. But we haven't done that yet. The policy today says ARP in place, 4 stories. And I think that's where we're struggling, in that the engagement that has taken place has come up with a conclusion, and the argument that's being put forth is saying, well, that might change later on, so we should just ignore that previous engagement.
Right.
And that's frustrating as a community to say we've done this, so how do we deal with the future? We don't know what's coming.
So I hear you on the procedural justice or feeling of unfairness or special treatment. I think that's I see nods. I think the sentiment there. But I guess I'm trying to figure out the actual 2 extra stories from the 4 to the 6, and how could a better compromise here be proposed in terms of moving some of these pieces back on the footprint, even if it meant changing design or something like that?
I think meaningful engagement with the community would be a good place to start to answer that question. I think what the community is seeing right now is excess in every direction. On the east side, on the west side, setbacks, footprint, on the height. I think there needs to be meaningful community engagement. The comment from administration that they did engage with the community on the green spine didn't actually happen. Mr. Hucklack did, but there's opportunities to do that properly.
Okay, I see I have 2 colleagues on the board. I'll give up the mic.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Salvador.
You know what? I see Councillor Tang is on. If there were no further questions, I was going to move closure of public hearing, but I think there's someone else, so I will yield my time.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Tang.
Sure. Yeah, I figure we're asking questions back to the speakers. I'll take my opportunity here. I guess I was reflecting on some of the comments earlier about family units. And I was wondering if one of the proponents can speak to that, and will the development provide units large enough for families?
Thank you for your question, Council. Thank you, and through you, Madam Chair. So a lot has been talked about the constraints of the site. So, and we do have all our ground units to be designed for families. And what we've done is we look into what other municipalities they do when they are constrained by space in very urbanized areas. So we took some examples from the city of Toronto, for instance. They have this document. It's also about how families can move in a high-rise building. So the concept is that inside the building, you can have a duplex. So our ground-oriented units are designed to be 2 stories inside. So the family can move there because we're not in the suburbs. So if you were in another area, sure, we can just grow horizontally and have more space. But in this case, we're doing like 2-story townhouses on the ground floor, which is something that we've seen examples from the city of Toronto. It is successful there, and I think it's going to be a good addition for this development. But we definitely can look into expanding the mix as well. Like we not only decided our minds on this approach to have family units. So this is something that we redesigned this building so many times that at this point within that shelf that we brought today, there is room for us to redesign the mix of the units, and of course this is also driven by market conditions. But I think Bryce can speak a little bit more on this as well.
No, I think that's good. I'm just conscious of time. I have a couple questions to some of the residents as well, but appreciate that. It's good to know. And I guess since Jeff, your mic is on, I will just go to you very quickly. You know, the community is very involved with the ARP development. Were you at all involved with the city plan engagement? Even though that, you know, knowing that this would ultimately become that high level planning guiding document.
Was I personally involved? No. However, I have looked over the city plan very closely, mostly in respect to childcare. And I think the city plan is quite good. It's not our problem here. It's not creating the problem here. You keep hearing from people that the city plan takes precedence. That's not the case.
Okay.
The city plan, sorry, go ahead.
No, interesting. Thank you very much. And I think I'm also just reflecting on some of the comments from back in September as well. And I recall, I think Marcel, you had spoke to how, you know, there are other projects that were conforming to OP and is also high density. But I guess, you know, if it is the case, why aren't we seeing more along this corridor?
I don't know why we're seeing more of unsafe conditions or.
No, higher density, design that do promote car-free lifestyle, given how close it is to transit.
I don't know. I don't know why there's this motivation for a higher building. Perhaps it's because the city is making the developer spend $1 million on a water line that benefits his competitors. I don't know.
Okay, great. You know what? That is it for me, and I'm happy to move the closure of public hearing.
A point of order. Point of order. Is there an opportunity to address new information that was introduced through the questions here?
I'm going to go to Mr. Johnson.
If I can assist. So the procedures bylaw contemplates that council has that opportunity to ask clarifying questions, and that is the conclusion of the public hearing if that's been done. The notion of responding to information was amended out of the bylaw about a year ago.
Okay, thank you very much for that clarification then. So my apologies, Mr. Hakalek, not able to. And we
I'll
have.
second that.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Salvador. And so can we vote on closure of the public hearing, please?
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. And that is carried. Did somebody want to move first reading then?
I'll move first reading of bylaw 20246, charter bylaw 20247, bylaw 20244, and bylaw 20245.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote on first reading. Oh, I always think we have to speak after. Okay, I'm sorry. Anybody want to sign up to speak to this, please? Okay, Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you. Thanks very much. Yeah, I appreciate all the speakers coming out today and at our previous public hearing as well. I think that, I think that the community has raised really important questions just in terms of how we understand and how we all understand how our communities will change and grow in the future. I know, having previously been a planner working on ARPs, that it's challenging to remember that that they are not they are a vision of the future and not an exact rule book. And again, though, I think that comes down to how we communicate what the intention of plans are in our communities. And I think there's a huge opportunity with city plan and the district planning process that happens to clarify that. And I agree with the concerns that there may be some further lack of clarity that's potentially been caused by some of the draft work that's been done on district planning, and really feel that there's an opportunity here as a city to hear that feedback and respond to that feedback and make sure that we're providing greater clarity to communities. I am really excited by City Plan. I think it sets out how we get to a more prosperous and sustainable future. And it does mean changes like this. And I think that this proposed development is very much in line with that vision. I think it supports many of the goals that we want to achieve in terms of transit use, climate action, building in rather than out. And I look forward to seeing this come to pass in our city. It was interesting to learn that McKernan Belgravia has one of the lower ridership levels, and it is in one of the lower density areas. So I really think this is a great opportunity to address that. I think the team has done a remarkable job of adhering as much as possible to the spirit of the McKernan Belgravia ARP in terms of providing that green spine. The land assembly required to achieve that vision, I have to confess I was skeptical whatever be feasible or whatever happens. So I think it's really tremendous that it has come together in this instance. And again, not without its trade-offs and not perfectly, but certainly appreciate the work that's gone into that. So I encourage my colleagues to support this. I will be supporting it, and look forward to others' thoughts.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Jans, you'll wait till the end? Or
If I'm allowed.
Yep. Okay. And Councillor Salvador.
Point of order, isn't the last person the councillor who moved the motion?
I'm prepared to go now. It's fine.
Okay. Yes, thank you, Councillor Tang. I always think it's the ward.
Who moved the motion? Okay,
Councillor
sure.
Salvador.
Oh, got it. My apologies. May I begin?
Go ahead. Yeah,
okay.
thank you.
Yeah, so I think if I looked at a development like this with a 3-bedroom apartment with rooftop patios, there's a lot of really appealing things here that could be very exciting. And I could see how, a development like this close to transit could really appeal to our TOD goals and our density goals and our climate goals and the need for more student housing around the university, the need for family-friendly graduate student housing until Michener Park comes online. I could see a lot of potential benefits there. But in this particular location, given the fact that this is all about land use, where it is on 78th, how constrained, I can't even imagine how they're going to build this if it was to pass, given the congestion in Belgravia, given the just how constrained the neighborhood is, especially from University Ave, the almost impossibility of crossing 76th. I see a lot of challenges there. So the word creative or complex has been raised a few times, and I think that's a very good adjective here. And I think that, we're being asked to accept a trade that in exchange for a variance to policy, that we're being asked to trade off on a number of other pieces here. And I'm just not convinced that we've properly weighed the scale here. That when I look at some of the concerns in the area around the context of the community, around massing with the ARP, around some of the other concerns about downstream impact, I'm still convinced, and I remain unconvinced that this is going to, that we've sufficiently addressed these concerns. So I think we all want density. I think, though, we all can be judicious in terms of what kind of density and where and what some of those trade-offs are. So when I see when I see this on balance, I don't see the benefit here. If it was on University Avenue, if it was on a more accessible road in a more accessible area, I think many of us wouldn't still be debating this. But the fact that we've had to be so complex to kind of stick handle this project, to me is a concern. So some of you may say, well, that's just an experience. You're just new. You're not used to this. But I think the community's raised some very valid concerns here, and as well, again, not to deviate too much from land use, but across the city, we're asking communities to have some surety and some trust in our zoning bylaw renewal process, and in going forward, how we'll be able to walk with community as we densify. And I'm worried that this could have negative ramifications around exemptions when we've seen many other projects in the neighborhood remain compliant to the ARP. So I would like to see certainly elements of this project be considered. I think there's been some interesting compromises put forward by the community that could be explored. I think this percentage of family-friendly housing, the 3 bedrooms, I think I saw 6%. I think I heard more than that. I mean, that to me is, we use family-friendly to talk about 3 bedrooms, but I think 3 bedrooms are not just for young parents. I think they're for downsizing seniors. And I would like to see no project go forward that doesn't have a minimum of a quarter 3-bedroom units going forward. I think that's going to be, as we talk about moving seniors and others downsizing from their homes into new opportunities, I think that's something that we need to be very active about as a council in terms of pursuing. So yeah, I will say I feel relieved that administration has looked at some of the safety concerns, but still, as I go through the list of the other concerns raised, I remain unconvinced, and I I don't feel I can cast my support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. And so then we'll leave Councillor Salvador till the end, and then we'll go to Councillor Tang.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I look back for the past few years, many years, I think the standards of our development process has really been elevated thanks to the deep engagement and involvement by many community advocates who play that important role of bridging between industry and residents, but also I think thanks to the strong mobilization of communities like the ones we've heard tonight. And repeatedly, we've also heard that our city and neighborhoods are constantly evolving, and I think even just given so much change in the past many years, to me, a key lesson is adaptation is really important to those change. And clearly, based on the conversation we've heard, many people, when they do engage with the city on key policies, and very clear in this instance that people have placed their trust in the city. And in fact, I would say what has been really disturbing for me in the past two conversations, because it raised a lot of questions for me about what kinds of expectations and weight that were communicated to residents in the first place. I don't disagree that when it comes to city engagement, on planning, on rezoning, there's a lot more we can improve on. There's a lot of high-level policy work engagement underway. I have my own critiques, and I worry about additional confusion that it would cause. But this is work that we have to continuously do. I've been reflecting, this is also, appropriate since we're also in, a 4-year budget deliberation. Last week, we had 3 days of public hearing from everyday Edmontonians voicing about what is important for them. And some people who also spoke tonight spoke passionately about the urgency around climate action. We've had council members who've been advocating very passionately on that front as well. And we've learned through the carbon budget that even corporately, but also community, we're not going to go as far to achieve our community GHG emissions. And I'm glad Councillor Jans brought up land use, because the land use remains, and I think widely accepted, as one of the most powerful climate action tools that a municipality can have. And I think delays like this land use decision, one, it's not going to resolve, it's not going to get to the outcome that people want to see. I don't think this is the only way. And I also think the more delay and more barriers we put up to this project, which I think is a good project based on all that I have heard in the last two rounds, a project that does promote that car-free lifestyle, that promotes our transit and LRT system, that diversifies housing options, which we talk about all the time during public hearing, then the more we're going to jeopardize not only our goals for city plan housing equity, but also economic and climate goals. And so for those reasons, I think about this project in the broader context of our carbon budget of community GHG emission reduction. I do think, given what I've heard, it's projects like this that's going to get us there. And so for those reasons, and I will say this is one that has been weighing heavily on my mind, I think this is not a one-off engagement opportunity. And from what I understand, there has been over 3 years of engagement on this. And I think earlier we've also heard there are things that are open to interpretation. And I think there still remains a huge disconnect in engagement that we have to continuously work on. But I also don't think further delaying this, as some might want to see happen, is also going to get us to the outcome that we want to see. So for those reasons, I will be supporting this item.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Hamilton?
Yes, thank you. I don't have a lot to add, but I want to start off by saying that having listened to the discussion today, um, and seeing the, I think, reasonable changes that were made following the discussion in September, I I'm going to support this application. I agree with Councillor Tang's points, and maybe I will just say that one of the very first meetings I took when I was elected to city council in 2017 was with the U of A Students Union, who talked about the need for more types of housing close to university campus. And they talked about the living conditions that a lot of people find themselves in when they move to campus or try and move to campus. And so that meeting so many years ago, and all those students that student leadership has now moved on. But that meeting, and I think actually one of Councillor Jan's staff members was in that meeting, actually, if I recall correctly. But I think about that a lot. I think about that every time we have a discussion like this, because I think of all of the people who will benefit from being closer to their place of work, their place of education, their childcare, and that vision in the city plan. I absolutely hear the concerns of community, and that this represents a significant change, I think, in the form of the neighborhood that they love. And I don't want to diminish that in any way. But I think this is consistent with the majority of what's in the ARP. I think it's consistent with the city plan. And I agree with city administration that this should be approved. So I will be voting in favor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. This conversation reminds me a little bit of one we had just about 6 months ago. We had a rezoning application in the ward I represent in Glenwood, which has an ARP of similar age. In fact, it's about 2 years newer than the McCringle-Belgravia plan. And so it required an amendment to the ARP because what was being asked for was a higher form of density, not on the edge of the community, but actually interior to the community. And council did approve that in an 11-2 vote. And at the time, I was actually on the 2 side. I didn't vote in favor of it. And part of the reason I didn't vote in favor of it then was because I hadn't seen the draft plans of either, particularly the district plans, where we had some of the conversations. So I'm noticing some similarities. But where I'm at today is that we do have that information now, and we have a much greater sense of where we're headed. And although those plans haven't been finalized, we have at a very high level a good sense of what to expect citywide. And that is that on arterial roads, it is not inconsistent to expect 23-meter high buildings. In this case, it's a 7-story building. 23-meter high is usually 6 stories or so. And tying into a comment I heard earlier from Councillor Jans around how do we build that trust in the zoning process, I think one of the ways to do it is consistency. And so I think about in the last year, this council's approved 23-meter high buildings in mature communities like Westmount, one in Glenora, which is in the communities, one of the communities I represent. We've approved some outside the Henday, including the item just literally before this one in Councillor Hamilton's ward. And that's in a community that has substantially higher density than almost every mature community across the city. And I think that's part of it, is that we have been consistent because the city plan has been something we've followed quite closely. And while the city plan itself, and I heard the comment earlier around, city plan doesn't specifically define how big a mid-rise building is. That has been made fairly clear in most of our other documents that typically mid-rise buildings are 6 upwards of 8 stories. And when I look at this, I see that this is a very reasonable ask for this built form in this location. Again, I think about all those other examples that I just gave, and 2 of the 3 in the mature neighborhoods aren't even as close to the LRT stations as this one is. And in the one we just approved in a suburban neighborhood, they do have a bus that runs along that road, but it's not even anywhere close to a transit center. And yet we still approved it because as a city, we are trying to move into that direction. And for all the reasons that I think Councillor Tang highlighted so eloquently earlier about the need to truly increase our density. And there is this tension, and that's the frustrating part. And I went through it now in Jasper Place, in the 4 communities that make up Jasper Place, is that we've got this tension of these plans that I think for a lot of folks were seen as ironclad, never to be changed. And yet that wasn't actually the creation, the intent. So even the Jasper Place ARP was originally designed with the intent of revisiting it and updating it as things were going to change. And it's interesting because in one of the communities there, they've gotten to the point now where they're actually wishing that it could change more quickly because that community has evolved over the last 8 years since the plan was approved. And there's differences of opinions in the neighborhood. So this is hard. This change is hard. And I don't I very much understand where that comes from because I've heard it from the 4 communities that I represent with a very similar aged ARP. And at the same time, I also go into those communities and I hear from those community members who say, you can't keep going further and further and further. You have to change it. You have to do it in a fairly substantive way, in a more prompt way. And the problem is I don't even think they're going to see much change very quickly. This is one application, but the change that we're seeing in most mature neighborhoods is still very slow. So even approving this isn't going to result in a substantial change to the neighborhood. I know to the residents there it will feel like it, but I think this is a reasonable change that aligns with the city plan that I think is a better version of the R8 zone in other neighborhoods. So I'll support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Hamilton, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
Thank you very much. So I do acknowledge and recognize the need for diversification and the increase to our tax base. You know, this is right along the LRT line. It's got some family-friendly units. I would like to see more. But I do have concerns that one-offs like this is going to set a precedence not only down 114th Street, but in other areas. And I'm just concerned with the number of variances, what that will mean going forward. I think there's a saying, if you give an inch, they'll take a mile, or in this case, a meter or 2. And I know it doesn't actually align with the current ARP. But I think we still need to look to the future, what we need for our city to grow. And sort of this might also be a temperature check by administration as far as what our tolerance is to some of these variances, especially that we've seen over the past year. I am torn going into this. I didn't know which way I was going to vote. But I think, like I said, we do need to look to the future and what we want our city to be. So I will be voting in support of this bylaw this bylaw change. Thank you, and I'll take back the chair. And then I will ask Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to start out by thanking members of the public who came out to speak and all of the preparation and hard work that went into their presentations and their arguments. It's not easy, and it takes a lot of time, and that is absolutely not lost on me. I also want to thank administration for their preparedness and for their due diligence as well. And last, I want to thank Councillor Tang for her words. They were very well thought out, very well spoken, and absolutely served to convince me. And unless Councillor Salvador has words that will then convince me otherwise, I think that my vote will definitely be in favor of this. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Salvador to close.
Yeah, well, thank you so much. And just want to say I really appreciate the dialogue and conversation tonight. I thought that colleagues asked really excellent questions and spoke to this project really eloquently as we've been closing here. I also really appreciate the concerns that have been raised by speakers, and I appreciate the thoughtful presentations that have been brought forward. But I also think, in response to those concerns, I agree with administration's assessment that the changes that have been made to the project do address the referral motion, and they address the points of conflict that were raised earlier. We heard that reflected in administration's answers to council questions as well. And I also just briefly wanted to touch on some of the commentary that has been shared around ARPs. I think this has been mentioned, but it's worth reiterating that, it's definitely troubling to hear that ARPs are being seen or referred to as promises or covenants. We make amendments to ARPs all the time. Plans evolve, communities evolve, and amending ARPs in alignment with city plan is definitely consistent with our planning practices. But that being said, I think speakers have raised important points around clarity, and I hope that as we move forward through city plan implementation, that we can work to make that even more clear. But at the same time, when we talk about clarity, I do feel that the city plan, which is our highest order document, gives very clear direction as to what we would expect to see on secondary corridors. And that's exactly what's been brought forward through this type of project. And, I also try to zoom out and take a step back. And when I reflect on some of the broader concerns that I hear from Edmontonians, I see a really clear connection to this project. Like Councillor Tang mentioned, people are concerned about climate change. They're also concerned about the cost of housing, the cost of transportation, livability, accessibility, and housing choice. And I see projects like this one being able to directly help us address those concerns. And they move us a step closer to the vision that we've outlined in City Plan. And of course, that vision was created alongside Edmontonians through extensive engagement and consultation. But the thing that I always remember with visions is that they will remain just that if we don't have the courage to start implementing them. And particularly when it comes to visions that involve land use, as Councillor Knack mentioned, change happens really slowly. And yes, the city plan is a long-term plan, but the scale of change envisioned by the city plan demands that we start now if we ever hope to get there. I also think about this particular context. We have to capitalize on opportunities to facilitate density around mass transit stations. We have to make good on the billions of dollars that we've already spent and invested into LRT. And maybe just to wrap up, this is exactly the type of project that we should expect to see directly adjacent to an LRT station on a major bike route in one of the most central parts of our city. There are very few locations as likely to get residents out of their cars as this one, and I'm so pleased to see a project coming forward that truly targets walkability and transit-oriented development by making the most of open option parking. I want to see projects like this succeed because I want affordable, climate-friendly lifestyles to be possible in our city. So, I really do believe that this project will enhance and elevate the public realm in this area, and it'll add opportunities for mixed-use development and neighborhood commercial, which moves us closer to 15-minute districts. And then maybe just a note on change in general. Obviously, when change hits close to home like this in a place you love, it can be alarming. But this type of change that we're talking about, which is welcoming more residents into a community that is perfectly located next to transit, should be far more palatable and acceptable than the changes that we'll have to endure if we can't say yes to a project like this one. Because if we can't say yes to projects like this one, I struggle to see how we will reach our climate goals, city plan goals, and our goals around building a fiscally responsible city, which is even more timely right now, as Councillor Tang mentioned, as we're looking at our carbon budget and how challenging our current fiscal position is. And then maybe just a note again, change won't happen overnight and it won't happen in one swift move. But I do think that there's power in incremental change. And when we look at this project from a citywide perspective, this is just one small step towards the sustainable, inclusive, and climate resilient city that Edmontonians expect us to deliver. So I will leave it at that and would ask my colleagues and encourage them to support this project.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. We'll now vote on first reading.
Can I just confirm that Councillor Rice has rejoined the meeting?
Yes, I rejoined the meeting.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move second reading of bylaw 20318. Oh, sorry, apologies, not, scratch that. I'll move bylaw 20246, charter bylaw 20247, bylaw 20244, and bylaw 20245.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. And that is carried.
And Madam Chair, I'll move consideration of third reading on bylaw 20246, charter bylaw 20247, bylaw 20244, and bylaw 20245.
Second.
Please vote on consideration for third reading.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
And Madam Chair, I'll move third and final reading on bylaw 20246, charter bylaw 20247, bylaw 20244, and bylaw 20245.
Second.
Please vote on third reading.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. And that is carried. Okay, so that concludes the bylaws. Notices of motion and motions without customary notice. Anybody? I call adjournment, and we don't have another public hearing